Exactly.
There you go.
Turn a pose.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
Big smiles. As you can go to more work to work. Board, you want to jump in back?
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know. Donna might need to stand by. Thank you very much. Yep, you are welcome to. You did. It was such a perfect pose.
Thank you. Thank you.
I now have a curriculum presentation from Jennifer Reeser, District Science Specialist, who will be accompanied by Christine George from Z-Space to demonstrate the Z-Space inspired learning stations.
Good evening, Jennifer Reeser, Science Specialist. I'm pleased to present Z-Space, who will be giving a presentation and demonstration in preparation for an item for proposal later on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Reeser, and Chairperson Durrance, Superintendent Dr. Longshore, members of the Board of Education. I'm coming to you by way of Nashville, Tennessee, Joe Parlier, here representing Z-Space, and my colleague Christine George, who is local, as well as colleague Michael Carbini, who's local. And as we have the opportunity tonight to share with you this tool that is being considered for implementation in the school district, I think what we want to do is start by sharing with you a short video clip that you had access to, but I'd like to invite the others to see a little bit about the vision that's been put together by the team here in Highlands County.
Welcome to the real world of virtual reality on the Z-Space platform. What is Z-Space? It's a tabletop virtual reality that's transforming education today, regardless of whether students are learning at school or remotely. Z-Space functions as your typical Windows PC until you open a Z-Space application, and then the magic really begins. Long story short, Z-Space tracks the user's stylus in real time, allowing the user to comfortably reach in, interact, move around, dissect, blow up, or change different variables within the environment.
Z-Space has changed the way that they learn. This is something that they talk about. If we go in the morning, they talk about it for the rest of the day. Even at 3 o'clock, when the bell rings, they're still talking about what they learned in Z-Space. So it has such an impact on their learning, and it's a visible impact.
Z-Space allows them to gain a deeper understanding because they can really pick apart all the layers, they can see how different things work, they can manipulate it and really get in there and look at things in a different way.
When you're using traditional paper, it can only do so much. You can see a picture and it's flat, it's not three-dimensional, so you don't have a real good idea of how it's actually shaped beyond what you see in front of you. But with Z-Space, you can turn it around, you can flip it, you can remove things, you can go inside of it. You can see the ventricles pump in and out in the heart. You can see the atriums, you can see the veins, the blood, the capillaries, all those things.
There is something for you. There is chemistry, there is physics, there is earth science, and there is every lesson at every grade level. The beauty of that is as well, the teachers are able to go in and modify the activities to fit specifically what they want to ask. They can ask very specific questions of their students, and they can tailor the lesson to be exactly what they need it to be to enrich what the students are learning.
As soon as you step in this lab, it's just remarkable. You can try new things that you wouldn't have tried before that. You wouldn't have thought about feeling the heartbeat of a real heart. It was really interactive. It brought you into like a new space that you can't do in real life. You have to try over and over until you get it right. And it's really, really fundamental to learn.
All right, so while I'm here to share with you Z-Space, and we certainly want you to have an opportunity to experience it in action, I just want to take a moment to share with you that I have a chance to work with districts across the country on a weekly basis who are integrating augmented and virtual reality into instruction at elementary, middle, and high school levels. And the one thing I would like to share with you all, when I look at your strategic plan and goal 1 area about improving academic success for students, and really looking at providing resources that are aligned to the curriculum, that teach those NGSS science standards and set students up for success, I want you as a board and a community to know that in this district, from the student level all the way through the superintendent's position, a significant amount of time has been invested in exploring the resource, digging deep into the content to ensure that it meets the needs of what the classroom teachers need to support their students. So whether it was Ms. Cornelius really diving into the STEM connection for elementary school, or we had from the high schools representation to look at how it would interface with CTE subjects, science subjects, etc. There's just been a lot of effort to make sure that what they've selected matches what they need, and most importantly, what their students need, to give students the hands-on experience that's in a virtual space. And as I close, and before I invite you to go give it a try, I want to share with you outside of Highlands County. Because as you're thinking about what you're preparing students for, whether students go to the University of Florida, University of South Florida, all of the institutions have access to this tool for teaching and learning, whether it's in introductory anatomy programs, medical programs, automotive programs, etc. So I just want to applaud what's going on here in Highlands County. Again, getting to look at things through the lens of working with districts across the country. I just really appreciate the leadership that's been put in place to make sure that what we're delivering is truly what the students and the teachers needs. And that's what I want to wrap up with. As we think about supporting our teachers, making sure that there's that ongoing support to ensure that we're not just giving them another tool and not giving the right support for them to be effective with it, with their students. So again, we're pleased to be here tonight. And Jennifer, I think at this point we want to invite them to try it out. So Christine and Michael are going to come up and facilitate that. For those of you who are in here, I just want to explain what's going to happen. When they come up, and board members, if you want to go ahead and turn around, the computer sees that a student's sitting in front of it. When it sees that, whatever's on the screen starts to become interactive. So it begins to float in the air so that the student, when they're doing science experiments, when they're exploring places in the world, they have access to that content. So that's what you're going to see them doing up here.
That's the quick. So, and the best part was so that's the thing. All right, all you gotta do is tap them up. So you'll pull that side.
We were at the reception ahead of time. We were at the volunteer reception. Or not volunteer,
All right, we're back in order. Sorry, we went to the classroom for a little bit. Any school board member committee reports? Okay. And so I'm gonna take a second. We made some adjustments to the legal, and I'm gonna have Mr. McClure explain those, not legal, but the policies and policies at the end that we talked about. We didn't talk about it. Sorry, I've talked with a bunch of y'all about it. So at the end of the agenda, we're gonna talk about the public hearing part of it for the policies and some changes we're going to make to it. So I want Mr. McClure to go over those with me. And also, IMAD is no longer in our organization, so I want to tell you that too. So we're going to talk a little bit about that too. So Mr. McClure, if you can take a second to explain how we're going to process that going forward.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would note that I've been doing this a long time, and I've rarely, if ever, seen this many policy changes cast upon us at one time.
Yes.
This is very unusual, and I can only attribute it to an active legislative session. So we have a number of policies that are up before the board tonight. I suppose, in my opinion, the most controversial one was 2417, dealing with the student health stuff, and it still had some stuff in it that, in my opinion, again, kind of tracked pretty closely to some stuff with IMAD that we have rejected, and so I don't think it was appropriate for us to be reconsidering the same kind of stuff. We did call Neola. Apparently, we're not the only district that called them. Quite a number did. And as a result of that, Neola has come out with a special update, which I've never seen from them either. They normally come out with quarterly updates. And this particular update, which we only received on Monday. We did not get, that was yesterday in other words, was the first time we had seen it or received it. It does make a substantial amount of changes to several policies. Two policies were changed, they haven't even come out yet. We did receive the draft policies for, I think it was roughly 10 policies that they are changing, amongst which is 2417 with the language in it that was of concern. You have the agenda before you, and you can see under section 13, which deals with all of the policies, that we have a number of policies that are up tonight for development. And just for the understanding of everyone here, there are 3 stages to every policy. The first is the board adopts on the consent agenda a notice of intent to get a policy worked up on a particular subject. That is, after the agenda is approved under the consent portion, that's sent to my office. We then advertise that in the newspaper, and upon advertising, we set a date that the board will consider another workshop for, our public hearing for report on development, okay? And then after another period of time, I think it's 28 days after that, after publication again, it's up for adoption, final adoption. Tonight's, all these policies here were placed on the, under Neola's request for the 22.1, which is the first quarter of 2022 update. They were all placed on for consideration for a development hearing tonight, okay? The ones that are being withdrawn for tonight, because it makes no sense for us to take what they sent us, now we have our development, then we go for adoption, and we try to adopt something that nobody wants adopted, number one, which we can change and are changing. But number two, I think it's very important that we not even adopt a non-controversial rule that's being changed immediately in the process of being changed. It's a waste of resources, waste of board's time, it's a waste of advertising dollars, okay? So what we're doing is pulling these, because they were up for development, and then we will implement the revised rule, which contains both what has been revised in the old rule and put it in the new rule, advertise all of that, and we'll finally hopefully have a rule that everybody's happy with in numerous subjects, okay? The ones that we're pulling, if you don't have this in front of you, I'll read it for you. We're pulling item 13G, 1590, personnel file for adoption. Item I, which is Rule 2215, program of instruction. Item J, school health services and school program, that's 2410. Item K, 2417, which is the hot button topic, comprehensive health education. That was modified substantially to take out references that were found objectionable by the board and the superintendent regarding instruction on certain practices and how to put on certain birth control devices, I guess we'll say. So, that's gone. Item P, policy 2520, selection and adoption of instructional materials. Item Q, 2521, instructional materials program. Item U, board policy 3590, personnel file for adoption. Item X, 4590, personnel files for adoption. Item Z, 5500, student conduct matters. Item E, policy 8141, mandatory reporting of misconduct. Those are all the ones that are being pulled because they have new policies that are replacing matters in here. I'm sure all those policies will be published on the website, is that right? Okay. So you can get on the school board website, review the changes. That's not to say that there might not still be some objection. We get that, okay? You just review it, we'll work through it and try to figure out what we're doing. But the point being that on these 8, this was tonight's developmental hearing will continue for all the other rules that we're talking about. But those rules that we just discussed will be pulled and would not be placed on the agenda. I would note that they will be resubmitted for consideration at a subsequent rule development hearing after they are re-advertised. All right, so but that will require re-advertising given the change, and then so I expect it'll be another 3-4 weeks anyway before we can get back to that. So I just want everybody to be aware of what was going on and why. This is not something that the board elected to pull. This was mandated, frankly, by this special update we only received yesterday. So we're trying to get things done correctly and as timely as we possibly can. So, any board member have any questions regarding that issue? I think that's where we're at on it. Okay. I'm sorry. Help me out, Miss. Okay. You have copies with you. Well, better than the website. We have copies available tonight. For is that just 2417 or others or all of them?
Sir, that would be copies of 2417
Neola? Okay. So after the meeting, if you want to come up and see Marlene and pick up copies of that, we'll try to have enough of those available, okay?
And if we don't feel comfortable with the change, we're gonna keep working on it, make sure it's right.
That's right.
So,
That's
absolutely.
our process.
Okay, next is presentation of petition comments, concerns, or report. Let me read the real, I'm sorry. Obviously, School Board of Highlands County welcomes you to this meeting. This is time set aside for the citizens of Highlands County to address the school board. This is not a question and answer period. The board will only receive your comments. If deemed appropriate, the board may request the superintendent to obtain additional information to address your concerns. Public comment is intended to allow members of the public a forum to express their concerns regarding the operation of the school district. It is not a forum for general public political speech unrelated to school operations. Please come to the podium, state your name for the record, and limit your comments to no more than 5 minutes. And of course, it's a place of business, so please, let's keep it professional as best we can, and we will work. And first, I'm going to ask Skylar Scott to come up.
Could I have one more comment, sir, before we do this, get started? I know that there have been some questions regarding Neola as well. I'd like to just address the board and the members here about who is Neola, what is Neola all about, et cetera, okay? Neola first started in Florida in around 1999. They actually started out in Ohio, came into Florida in 1999. They have 33 school districts they currently represent, and I expect there will be more. Understand this very key point, okay? And that is when the legislature meets and there are a great number of laws that are passed. Small counties like ours with council that aren't full-time in-house, really, it's very difficult to keep up with all the changes and implement those in policies. So they serve a very big purpose in representing these counties and helping people out with getting policies together. For Miami-Dade, you know, you've got 15 in-house lawyers, well, yeah, you can get that done. Broward, those guys, but Highlands and there, I've got the list of the counties if you want to see them. There are a lot of them, including Pasco, Polk, Pinellas, Sarasota. So there's some decent-sized counties as well that Neola represents. They have a staff of attorneys whose job it is solely to review legislation each year, draft new policies to implement that legislation, review policies for appropriateness. Are they perfect? No. I'm the first guy to tell you that. No, they're not. In fact, whenever we switched over to Neola from our prior provider, we sat and went through all of our policies, and I sat with them at that time and challenged, I'd say, over half of their policies. The attorney was somewhat flustered. He said, "We never had anybody here challenging our policies. That's just kind of crazy." And unfortunately, he said, "You haven't said anything I can overcome or disagree with." And so as a result of what we did participating in that workshop, it wasn't a public workshop, it was a review internally, they did change a number of those policies. So I'm not here to tell you that anything they draft is gospel and we should do it. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they do serve a major purpose, and I think it's a good organization. They do work with us, and we will get it done the way we need to get it done. Okay. Thank you.
Are most of the the group that's in our Heartland Education, are they with Neola or surrounding counties? Do you know, Dr. Longshore?
I would have to check it, but I
You
think
have
Yeah.
the list.
so.
Yeah, here's the list right here.
I'm pretty sure.
DeSoto,
Blades,
Hardy,
Hendry.
Henry
Okeechobee.
Highlands,
Most of the small.
So I just let you know, when he was naming some of the other counties, I'm like, there's a little bit bigger counties, so I just
Okay.
wanted to make
Well,
sure.
no, my point there was
I know.
simply to say there are larger counties as well as smaller counties. That's all. So there, Glades, Hendry, Hardy, they're all in this Neola. Okeechobee may not be.
I didn't see Okeechobee
No,
name
they're
on
not.
there, but.
And the reason they're not is I've known Tom Conley a long time,
Yeah, I do too.
and you know, Tom's gonna do it his way. So that's what that's about.
So check with him on
Okay.
that. Okay.
Skylar.
Hello, I'm Skylar Scott. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things. You had mentioned a minute ago, IMAD no longer exists. The contract that we have is with the Heartland Rural Health Network. Tell me that contract includes them coming onto the campuses, meeting in small groups with kids for up to 25 meetings per 9-month cycle. Is that still happening? in the upcoming school year, or have we officially in writing discontinued and severed all of that? You can't answer. But everybody here wants to know, and everybody watching wants to know, and a whole bunch more that aren't watching want to know too. So several people have said, why are we still talking about IMAD? And so I'm not going to dwell on this, but I am also, more than one person said, you're getting a reputation for being a pot stirrer, and that maybe there's been some exaggeration about what's going on in our district. And so I just feel it's appropriate to make sure everybody knows that everything that I discuss has been official record requested, and I see it firsthand. It's, you know, you mentioned the contraception issue. There's a bigger issue, and this is why it matters to me whether people are still meeting with our kids on campus. Even before doing these presentations that I've done in the past and talking, I hadn't looked through all the slides of IMAD, but I did in the last week. And what I found out is it's worse than I thought. And their mission and purpose is clearly grooming and having the opportunity to recruit and discuss sexuality with kids, not just to talk about human growth and development or anything like that. It's clearly to talk about sexuality. And so the 6th grade slides, I'm not going to go through all of them, but just to give you a taste of it, 6.1, the first content slide for IMAD said, the title was Create Group Rules and Responsibilities. The next, or no, that was the first bullet point. Second bullet point, for 6th graders, communicate with peers about sexuality. The third bullet point, identify an adult with whom students can talk about sexuality. And this content slide followed an introductory slide with all of the IMAD people's names and contact information. So, also throughout all the grades, the most frequently posted slide had resource links on it. And I went to the resource links, and the home pages of the resource links are LGBTQ. So if every 7th slide is a resource link, and you go, and it's not subtle, they weren't subtle. They were in your face advocating for LGBTQ. So, and then the same folks that want to educate the kids are also contracted to meet with them in small groups and discuss which adults they can talk about sexuality with. I'm sure they're not sending them home to talk to me, my kids. So this is a huge thing. We can't let the policy go unchanged. So that's my big thing. We have not accomplished anything because we have gotten nothing in writing. The workshop was canceled. The curriculum committee has been postponed. We have nothing changed on that policy. The policy, we have met with them on March 4th. I spoke on March 8th. I didn't meet with them on March 4th. Other people did. We have met with every board member multiple times, most of them, and we still don't have a change in writing. So I am begging the board, not Neola, our board, to propose change that includes limiting this to comprehensive health education and sexual risk avoidance. That's all we are asking for. And it's so reasonable, I can't believe it hadn't already been done. Now, to go down my list real quick, I've got like 39 seconds. 40 policy items. Can we have a 30-day agenda, a 30-day notice, an agenda drop? For important policies like this, can we know 30 days in advance? And can you do push notifications from the school board app? We should be able to figure out how to do that. The newspaper's outdated. You can still do it if you have to, but we need better communication. Tntp and Carnegie. To me, we're subcontracting out the roles of our district specialists. We pay them well. We don't need to pay $1.1 million for more. Lastly,
Lauren,
Hilgustat,
Lauren
one
Bush.
last little
Lauren
10-second thing.
Okay,
Hilgustat,
we gotta move on, I'm sorry.
50 people gone,
Okay,
50 or
all
more,
right, Lauren,
and we have local staff that could be getting bonuses. Huh? Okay. So, think that those 50 people are communicating that there's a personnel issue at the administrative level.
Lauren Bush. Remember to address the board as well.
Thank you. I've used this quote before. History will endlessly repeat itself for those unwilling to learn from the past. I want to take a quick glance back at our history, where I come in around 2016. 2016 is the first time I heard about IMAD. It was a hot topic in Lake Placid because an IMAD facilitator had lost their job over something that happened at Lake Placid Middle School. 2017, I had an incoming middle schooler. Knowing what I knew, I opted my children out and begged my peers to do the same with their students. I went to an IMAD parent night where they would distribute information about their program. I expressed concern still to the principal, who sent me to the assistant superintendent of schools district office. I met with that assistant superintendent with 2 other concerned parents expressing our concern. This goes back to 2017. I was escorted, that resulted in me being escorted to Hillgustat Middle School, where I was able to sit in on the assemblies, saw it with my own eyes. I contacted an attorney after leaving that meeting, emailed those resources to the assistant superintendent. 2018, next year, second time. My daughter is now another level in Lake Placid Middle School, second IMAD class. Persistence pays, I'm going back. My child's opted out, but her mom is sitting in there. So I sit through IMAD again. Immediately, I found some notes recently. Immediately, I left that IMAD assembly when it was over, the co-ed class, about 250 kids. I went to the principal again and said, hey, this is a problem. These are the things I see. She communicated with me that it was a problem, and she had communicated that with the district office. She said to me at that meeting that her teachers were ready and willing to teach it, to take it over, to get rid of IMAD. 2018. Let's fast forward for the sake of time. Let's go present day. Back in February, probably back in January, I found a solution that would check all the boxes for IMAD replacement. So I met with them. Great, I'm going to help you guys get this into the school board. I email Dr. Longshore requesting a meeting. That was somewhere around the end of January, beginning of February. A week goes by, I kind of get the slum, whatever, persistent. Remember, I'm persistent. So I persistently keep pounding, knocking on the door. And eventually we get a scheduled meeting for March 4th, which Skylar alluded to. Met with the superintendent, the assistant superintendent of secondary school, assistant superintendent of primary curriculum, and then our assistant superintendent of student services. You can look those people up. I met with them with 8 other people, 3 of which were curriculum specialists for the proposed solution that I was bringing. I discerned the same passive, dismissive notions from the district office. So the following week, there was a school board meeting, and that is the meeting where it all started, where it went so long that things that are passively swept under the rug now are busting at the seams in all levels. We were promised a workshop on the 4th, on 4/11, which was great. It was going to give you guys a chance to identify the breakdown. Where did the breakdown happen? How did this happen? It didn't morph from something bad. I was complaining in 2014 or 2016 and 17. Promised the workshop, workshop's canceled. Then we start down the trail of we're going to do a curriculum committee. Well, there was only going to be originally a few handful of people, and it was stacked to school board employees, and they were going to have the majority. I think it was 15 people. I can't remember exactly, but there was going to be more school board employees than stakeholder, parents, concerned community members. So then we pushed back a little bit on that, and that got changed. Now we're at 24 members, and we're pushing forward. We're going to schedule the curriculum meetings. Now those are canceled at our surprise with no communication to any of the committee members prior to. So I would say in closing, are we gonna look back at the history and are we gonna get this fixed? If I'm called a pot stirrer, I'll wear it. But this has to change. Y'all know this has to change. Somebody's gotta stir the pot at the bottom so the beans don't burn.
Nicole Barman.
My name is Nicole Barbin, and like most people that get up here, I'm very nervous about this. I can talk in front of kids, but in front of adults, it's difficult, so I'm reading. First of all, I want to thank the board. I spoke to all of you, and you returned my calls, and I really appreciate that, even when we had to play phone tag a few times. First of all, I've lived in this county all my life. I was born here, and I was raised here. So was my husband, so was my dad, so was my husband's mother. For years and years, we've been in this county. I graduated from Sebring High School, and I married a graduate from Avon Park High School. He had to come to Sebring to find his wife. We have a house divided. My daughter graduated from Avon Park High School, and my son is going to be a senior at Sebring High School, so once again, house divided. But all four of us say go Gators, so there you go. I taught for approximately 8 years in Highlands County School District, and even when I decided to stay home, I stayed involved with the schools in PTO, SAC, DSAC, I volunteered. I've substituted at every single level of the school. I was a swim team mom, I was a president of Swim Boosters, and I will continue, now that all of these things have happened, I'm going to continue to stay involved even when Will has graduated. I tell you all of this so you know how invested that we are in our schools. A couple of things that I want to touch on tonight are, can I turn this?
Absolutely.
A couple of things are, I've heard about the public speak about the health education curriculum, and honestly, I kept thinking, oh my gosh, this again? Why are we talking about this? We've talked about it, they know. And so I asked, I said, why is everybody still talking about this? I'm tired of hearing it, everybody's tired of hearing it, let's move on. The answers that I got were because nothing has really been voted on. Yes, it was pulled. We pulled it out of the system, we said the school system, we're not doing it anymore, but there was nothing that was voted on. No policy changes have happened. So I think that is why people continue to speak on it, because we want something written, something voted on that says it's out. Okay, let me go down a little bit. Hold on a second. Oh, the contract, it means that the Heartland Rural Health can still come into our schools, and I am uncomfortable with that. One section of the contract states, if the curriculum goes through any substantial changes, the school board will be provided a mutually agreed upon time frame to review those changes. Once a curriculum is approved by the school board, the lead agency will not make any substantial changes to their curriculum without prior approval from the school board. So if that's true, then this contract should be gone. It should be canceled, it should not be there. Because they did not, according to the board, they did not get that approved. So they have broken this contract with you. So that contract should be out of here. It should not be here any longer. The last thing that I want to reiterate is my opposition to the Tntp and the Carnegie programs. Neither of those programs align with the values of our district. Not to mention the excessively high price of it. We've had the program since 2015, and I have not seen any significant improvements in our schools. I have not heard one thing that makes me believe that this has changed our schools for the best. Nobody's ever, until it was on the agenda and somebody else brought it to my attention, nobody's ever mentioned Tntp or Carnegie to me. Nobody said, this is the most amazing thing we've ever seen. Which may be the reason why so many teachers and administrators have left our school district, particularly Hillgustet Middle School. And it's sad and it's disheartening to me to see that school continue to spiral down a downward trend. If this program truly worked, our teachers would be staying and singing its praises. Tntp looks more like a social experiment than any way to help our schools succeed. We are not going to be an experiment for people that do not know us or even live here. We should not be the guinea pigs for an agenda that seeks to undermine our rural community and our wholesome moral values that we want to preserve. It looks good on the surface, but it's not.
They know nothing about us. They know nothing about our community and our values. This is where our teachers, our subject coaches, are invaluable to our district. They are the ones that should be leading, teaching, guiding their fellow colleagues. They should be getting this money to foster district and school goals, cohesiveness, and professional growth. They're the ones that we should be investing this money in, not $1.2 million to a company in New Jersey. Should not happen. So please, I urge you tonight to consider other options, not just this one. And please say no to TNTP and Carnegie. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Garvin. Next, Nicole Nordonsky.
That worked out well. Nicole Radonsky. Thank you guys, as I always do, for being a board that is willing to listen, and I do mean it from the bottom of my heart. Tonight I want to focus on two concerns, although I do have many concerns. We all know it's a full agenda, but others are sharing on other topics, so I will keep myself focused. The first thing that I want to share concerns on regards Hillgustat Middle School. I know that many have already brought concerns before the board at previous meetings, and I know that there are many people that are wondering if anything has been done to resolve these issues. So before I begin, I want to make it very clear that there are many amazing teachers and staff at Hillgustat. I worked there for many years, so I know them personally, and I can personally attest to their care, their deep care for kids, for their success, not just in school, but also in life. Many of them have been there for close to 20 years or more. They've seen that school through numerous ups and downs already. They are dedicated and they are true masters at their craft. So, how is it that in a matter of a year, Hillgustat has lost up to more than 50 employees? It is over that. I understand that some of them were to retirement or just simply moving. That's about a half a dozen, so we won't even talk about those. A number of my former coworkers are actually just making simple lateral moves for next year, leaving from one school, going to another school, doing the exact same thing that they were doing at Hillgustat, and just moving to another school. So are we asking why? Why, after so many years of all of these people working at such an amazing school, are so many considering and moving? These individuals are not looking to get out of education. They're not looking to move up in the ladder of education. Many of these individuals are just making a change from one school to another. So, who is asking the hard questions? Why is this happening? Who is giving these people a safe space to be able to share honest answers about why they are choosing to leave? I have also created many strong relationships with families of kids that are at Hillgustat. I have reached out to many of them. They too are concerned about the number of staff changes and, more importantly, the change in the school culture. These are their words. There was a complete lack of consistency for many this year. Many of them know that their children cannot reach their full potential in that situation. They also shared with me, and I quote, they never saw administration the entire year. That should be a concern for the board. So if we truly care about the success of our schools, each and every school, and our kids, why aren't we asking those hard questions? Why aren't we hearing those people out? Why aren't we giving those people a safe space and then being solution-driven in order to create some positive changes? So I also want to address concerns that I have with TNTP. I realize it's on the agenda for tonight, so I will be very brief. We all know, as Nicole shared, that we're looking at spending upwards of $1.2 million between our elementary and our secondary programs. Why aren't we working to keep this money inside our district? What about our very own specialists that we pay double what teachers make, sometimes even more than that? Have we utilized their expertise to the fullest extent before we reach outside of our district? Have we thought about any other alternatives to TNTP? Was there any discussion taken to administration about what would best serve them at their schools? Or was TNTP the only option? Where is the data to support the continued use of TNTP in our schools? Our district has remained a C since 2012. TNTP has been here for a number of years. In their very own packet, they say that we focus our initial work on strong results in 1 year. So I understand growth takes time, but how long do we pay these experts outside of our district when we have our very own experts right here that we are already paying if we aren't seeing results? Why are we continuing? So why aren't we using master teachers? We have tons of them in our school system. Okay, we have tons of master teachers right here. Why aren't we using their very own best practices? Why aren't we coming together as a district, coming together as schools, sharing our own best practices and allowing our own master teachers to pair?
Thank you. John Larson.
John Larson. Certainly, I do not have the expertise or the inside information that the previous ladies have, but I just wanted to express something that in looking at the state statute on sex ed, they stress abstinence-based education. Abstinence-based education. From what I've been exposed to at a couple of the meetings that I've been to and the ladies have spoken, the IMAD program was anything but abstinence-based. It had much more into it than that. And I just thought today, I said, okay, how can I make an expression that to me spells the importance or lack of importance, if you will, on sex education. I'd like to approach the topic in a different light. When students leave Highlands County schools, they may go into a couple of different venues. One, they may go to college, where they have some kind of higher education. Unfortunately, in a lot of the colleges today, they're exposed to wokeism and socialism. That's what a lot of the colleges are into today in a big way, especially wokeism. If they are able to get a trade education, which I understand we have some trade educations going on, and some I think are going to be expanded, which is a great thing, especially here in Florida, where so many trades are needed. If they're able to get a trade education to become a carpenter, electrician, a computer technician, an auto mechanic, or other trade positions, I doubt in any of their future job interviews by a supervisor or a human resource person will they be asked about their sex education training in Highland schools. So I think that, to me, that expresses all that I need to know about the sex education training. I go back, way back, more older than almost anybody in the room, and so I know what we were taught when we were in school, and we made out just fine. And it was nothing but abstinence-based sex education on a very limited basis. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Barry Foster.
Give me a second here. I gotta put my glasses.
You're an orator. You're a
I gotta put my glasses on. Pardon me if can you all hear me? Good. My name is Barry Foster. I'm a citizen living in Avon Park. I'm a former school parent, grandparent, and financer of this school system through a steady stream of taxes. I come to you this evening to address the slow and lackadaisical pace of taking care of an issue which some of us have great concern. That's the indoctrination of students on sex education, which went unchecked and unreported for 6 years. This committee has been appointed. It's more than 2 months out from an initial meeting and won't start until students are nearly ready to return to school. There's been no attempt to find out how this happened, much less how to keep it from happening again. It almost seems as though it was left to waste until interest dies down. It's not going to go away. At a recent Tea Party meeting, we were assured by one of the board members that she would call for an open workshop to discuss this issue, what was taught, how it was not caught, and in the end, who is responsible. We will give the board this opportunity to schedule such an open forum where parents, taxpayers, and others can hear these stories told in public. The idea is to ferret out what our kids were taught for 6 years, who had oversight for the review, and most importantly, what consequences there will be. The Highlands County schools have had their share of sex scandals. You will remember at one point there were 4 teachers in just 2 months accused of having inappropriate relations with students. More recently, in February of last year, a 30-year-old Sebring High School teacher was charged with having sex with a 15-year-old student. I might remind you there were consequences for her. Is this a result of what they were being taught in class? We know that underage youngsters were advised to give consent, which by law they are not allowed to give. Speaking of the law, under Florida Statute 48-1003.42, schools are not required to teach sex education, but comprehensive health education that includes instruction on the consequences of pregnancy. The curriculum must include the benefits of abstinence as the expected social standard. Instead of abstinence, we see evidence they were taught how to avoid pregnancy by practices many here would find abhorrent. Let us just say one involves inserting something into an area most of us use as an exit portal. The long and the short of it, we are asking for an open workshop for parents to share their stories, an investigation into who was responsible, what the consequences will be, and the formulation of rules and regulations so this will not happen again. These are our children, the children of our friends, family, and community. We have elected you to oversee them and to hire people who will see that they're educated in accordance with community standards. When I arrived in Highlands County more than 3 decades ago, Ruth Handley was the superintendent. This conversation would have been unthinkable. But here we are. If you hear a rumbling, that's Dr. Robert Fitzgerald spinning in his grave. I will guarantee you, this is not the end of this issue. This is the start of the beginning. There is an election coming up. This issue will not go away until there is some resolution to this. And I would like to thank members of the Highlands Tea Party who showed up tonight. You all have a blessed night.
Yeah. Phil White.
I went to, from grade school to Sebring High School here, had all my education, early education in this county. And this issue of critical race theory sounds like something out of cultural Marxism. But it's a lot deeper than just what's in the textbooks. It's okay to go through and review textbooks and see that no group or person is demonized. But I'll tell you what happened to me. I must have been either 4th or 5th grade. I had the same teacher for 4th and 5th, and he used classical education techniques. He'd give us data, factoid, and a couple of weeks later he'd question us, and does anyone remember what I said? Well, one day Mr. Shelton said that, asked the class, does anybody know what the scientific name for white people is? And he said, it's Caucasian. Good enough. And a couple of weeks later, he asked, does anybody remember what the scientific name for white people is? And being in 4th or 5th grade, I can't remember. I had 2 years. I always want to get the answer. I couldn't remember, but I remember the first syllable was cock, and that there was something not so nice about white people. This is a 4th grader, or maybe 5th. So I shot up my hand. What's the answer, Philip? Cockroach. I put those 2 factors, the first syllable, and white people aren't all that nice. And I don't know where I got that from at the time. I suspect it was in the 1st grade, because I remember having nightmares. Well, I'm going to go any further on that. Thanks for your time.
Reese Martin?
I want to thank you, Reese Martin. Thank you to the board, the opportunity to address you. I do want to thank any teachers that may still be here and retired. We thank you for your service. 30 years is a long time, but thank you very much. Where to start? I've got 2 children, graduated from Lake Placid High School, and I've not been involved in school policy just until here recently, but I'm quickly catching up. I was a parent that was asleep at the wheel, and a lot of these policies that we're talking about tonight, not knowing that my children went through it. And as I start talking with parents and teachers, I realize they have many concerns around school policies. These policies impact students' education and our community values. As I began looking into these policy changes, it was very easy to see their frustration. The first issue, which has been addressed quite a bit tonight around IMAD and health education curriculum, was really disturbing. One of the first things that I heard about. Here, we are supposed to have a curriculum based on abstinence, and we were far from it. It's got to represent our community values. So, if the board cannot pass a policy that supports our community values, then you're not doing the job you were elected to do. This curriculum needs to be reviewed as said it would be. That's number one. A question I do have, does Neola have to develop this health education curriculum? According to statutes, why can't we develop our own as long as it meets the minimum Florida statutes? Why do we need to pay Neola to do it when as a community we can do it ourselves? Another reason I really was upset with this curriculum is that it gave parents the opportunity to opt their students out of taking it. So I don't know how many here have had 6th, 7th, 8th graders, but when you put papers in their backpack, chances of them making it home to be signed won't happen. It just doesn't happen. It shouldn't be opting out. You should be opting in. Leave those parents that don't want to teach this on their own, you let them do it at home. Let the parents do that on their own. If a parent doesn't want to take that responsibility and teach health education to their kids, then they have to sign it like a field trip. They have to come in and they have to take the class. So the second item which has been issued or talked about quite a bit was Tntp and Carnegie learning programs. So last month, these programs did not receive a motion to discuss, but yet they're back on the agenda. So, and it said, going back to 2015, with a potential cost $1.2 million this year, to teach our teachers how to teach. We have many district employees that have the same qualifications as these companies we're paying, so why aren't we utilizing them? Why can't we use this money to incentivize our quality in-house teachers to mentor, shadow, lead workshops? We're faced with declining students' performance, and we're rapidly losing our teachers. So in business, if you have issues with employee turnover, usually it's an issue with the culture or management. We have one. We are failing in this. Our kids' performance is rapidly declining, which shows me that we are losing here as well. And for time's sake, I'm going to bring something up that wasn't on the agenda. The Food and Nutrition Act 2008 provides breakfast and lunch to all students. I want to make it very clear, I think all kids deserve a nutritious meal, and for many students, that will be the only meal they receive that day. But I want to inform you that the Biden administration is proposing to force all schools that take federal money for food program to comply with gender identity ideology. This means transgender bathrooms allowing boys into girls' bathrooms. It's on the website. You can look it up. It's a disgrace that anyone would politicize feeding our children to meet their agenda. I hear stories of girls that won't go to the bathroom all day long in fear of what may happen in our bathrooms in school. We need to stand up against this policy to protect our children from assault and rape. This is coming, and we must be prepared to stop it. In closing, I'd like to say we need to get back to the basics of reading, writing, arithmetic. And most importantly, allow our teachers to teach and let the parents be parents. I thank you for your time.
I have Amanda, I don't have a last name. Huh? You're okay, gotcha. Linda Montalbano. I'm working on it, Linda. My southern accent always kicks in, but I'm trying.
Linda Montalbano, I'm a special education advocate, and I'm also a member of the Tea Party. In our country, children 3 to 21 have a right to go to school in the least restricted environment. But unfortunately, there are many children that need residential placement, as we see the shootings that have gone on. In Broward County, they knew the shooter was violent and dangerous, and they advised him to revoke consent so he could go back to the high school, where a little bit later he did what he did. What went on in Buffalo, New York, is also an example of where the school district and the school staff choose not to consider residential placement. I've been doing this for over 35 years. I have placed, with the assistance of real hearing officers that know the law, and school attorneys whose job is not to delay, deny, and destroy the child and not allow due process hearings. I've worked with them to put children in residential placements. 3 of them, 2 14-year-olds and a 15-year-old from 3 different school districts, were so violent and so dangerous, they ended up in a place called the Brown School, which is now the San Marcos Treatment Center in Texas. It is a lockdown facility. And that's where we put these boys, because they were violent and dangerous and most likely to do a Columbine or what we saw here in Broward County. The issue is your school district's priority, your school attorney's priority, is to delay, deny, evade, don't evaluate the children, don't give them the therapy and services they need. Your academies, I'm not talking just Highlands, Manatee with Horizon Academy, Pasco County's Academy, Sarasota's Academy. They are predominantly male and they are racially disproportionate. And that's got to stop, because that's not going to fix the problem. It only makes it worse. We need to have real counselors in school who will evaluate these children. You're not doing it. And this is why we're seeing the shooting and everybody is screaming guns, guns, guns. It's not about guns. It's about that you know these kids are having problems. Columbine, the shooters there were having problems and their school district knew about them. I know because I was part of a group that did the study on them. I've also been involved with other shootings and other involvement over the years. And each and every case, school staff knew. They knew that there was something wrong with these kids. And we have it in the law. You put them in a residential placement. And that's where they belong, some of them, with proper evaluations and to do that. But you're not doing it here in Florida. Between the administrative law judges and the school attorneys doing notices of insufficiency, refusing to do evaluations, making sure we can't get to due process hearings so we can show the services children need. The system is a failure. It does not work. And you're part of that because you have very successful attorneys who intentionally do everything they can to delay and deny due process hearings. But our primary thing is we must get out, evaluate children who need it, give them the services they need, and if they need a residential placement, we need to put them in a residential placement. The law is there, and it's been there all these years. So and as I said, I put 3 young boys in the San Marcos Treatment Center when it was the Brown School. And it's a scary thing to have 2 big men come take your kid away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gene Statler. You're next. Next.
I'm Gene Statler. I want to comment on a couple of issues. One is the delay of the curriculum committee meeting. But before I do that, I want to comment on what happened 2 meetings ago concerning the makeup of the 25 curriculum committee members. I want to preface that by saying on several occasions, you all have emphasized transparency and honesty. Two meetings ago, after the meeting was over, we raised the question, who are the members of the committee? We were flat told that is private information. We cannot release that information until the curriculum supervisor contacts each of them and determines whether they still want to serve or not. That was 6:30, 7 o'clock on a Tuesday evening. 6 o'clock the next morning, the newspaper here had all of the names listed. So, where is the responsibility? Who is responsible? Were we lied to? Or was it like the U.S. Supreme Court where it was leaked? And if it was leaked, who leaked it? They need to be held responsible, and they need to be held accountable and severely reprimanded. The other issue that I have is the curriculum committee. When you give the message that health education is not important enough to middle schoolers, that you're going to put it on the back burner and not have that committee meeting until August, which is when school will start. That means that that committee will not have time to review the curriculums. They will not have time to bring them back to you all, because you're going to have time to review them. You're going to have time to order the materials. Teachers are going to have time to prepare. So we're well into probably December and January, which means the administration will say, oh, what the heck, let's just stay with what we've got. I would like to encourage each of you board members to make a personal appointment with the superintendent, and yes, demand that that committee meet by July the 1st. And then the comment was made that, well, some of them can't come. You had 100 applicants. Surely out of that 100, you could get 25 to show up by July the 1st. If you're satisfied with the health education that our students are now getting, ignore everything that I have said. But I can tell you, some of you will be looking for a job in October.
Larry Overfield. Four minutes.
Good evening, board. Good evening, audience. Larry Overfield, CPT. I hate to disappoint you, I'm not going to talk about sex tonight. What I want to talk about is safety, especially school safety. If you've, I'm sure you all heard about the violence that's raising. You can see it on TV, you read it in the news, you know, it's just getting out of hand. Especially mass shootings. In 2021, there were 693 mass shootings in this country. In 2020, there were 611. In 2019, there was 417. Wow. We're at a little over 213 right now, by the way. Mass shootings are defined as 4 or more people dying in an event like that. Sebring has been involved in mass shootings. We see it had 5 people killed in 2019 at the SunTrust Bank. And that hit every one of us. Like I said, there was 213 mass shootings this year. What's the problem? And we'll get to that in a minute. As soon as we have a mass shooting, what's the first thing we hear? Gun control. Imagine that. As if that gun's going to shoot somebody by itself. Some of them are saying abolish the Second Amendment. As a matter of fact, our president just a few weeks ago, maybe last week, I can't remember exactly what, said, our president says the Second Amendment is not absolute. Let me read the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, which, by the way, is the first of our 4 organic laws. It states, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, which means they cannot abolish unalienable rights. How do you abolish the Second Amendment? That was given to us by our Lord. Protection. Some of the other things that's mentioned that causes some of these problems is mental illness or emotional problems. One I like is real good. This is, and I think this is probably the most one, is that our moral compass is off. All right? And our moral compass is off because guess what? We don't pay no attention to the author of morality. Dr. Benjamin Rush had a great remedy. As you know, he was a physician and signer of the Declaration of Independence. He was one of 3 of the most notable figures of America. okay, the other being George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. Dr. Rush gives two arguments, and this is in a letter he wrote to a pastor in Boston, two arguments for the Bible in school. He states, the memory is the first faculty which opens in the minds of children. Impress it with great truths of Christianity before it is preoccupied with less interesting subjects. His second argument was, in the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, imagine you go to the Bible, we find the following words which are directly to my purpose. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. I don't do all that Old English stuff, okay? He finishes with this thought, but passing by all other considerations and contemplating merely the political institutions of the United States, I lament that we waste so much time and money in punishing crimes and take so little pains to prevent them. We profess to be Republicans, and yet we neglect the only means of establishing and perpetuating our Republican forms of government. That is, the universal education of our youth in the principles of Christianity by means of the Bible. For this divine book, above all others, favors that equality among mankind, that respect for just laws and all those sober and frugal virtues which constitute the soul of republicanism. Florida Statute 103.45 states that we can use the Bible in school. We got a great science program that was
Thank you, Mr.
shown
Oldfield.
tonight. Yeah, I ain't done yet. I just want to say, all the concerns that were mentioned tonight, the answer is right here.
Absolutely. Jesse Sapp. One more. Jesse Sapp. Is this the last one?
Good evening. I'm Jesse Sapp. I think the problem here, we've all, you guys just started seeing me not long ago. I didn't come here for IMAD. I came here and found IMAD. I came here not because I like to put this jacket on. I got plenty of other stuff to do. I work till way later than I'm able to make it here. I lost trust here. Not in this board, not in this room, on the other side of this door right here. I lost trust. And I think a lot of other people have lost trust here. We have to figure out how to put trust back behind these doors right here. We have to figure it out. There's complaints being made against people behind these doors that never make it to you guys. Not because they didn't go through the proper channels. Not because of that at all. We have the policy on how to make a complaint against somebody all the way up to the board attorney. He doesn't have to give you guys the complaints. If you read the policy, he's not required to, and at times he doesn't. I think that needs to change. I think that needs to be part of our policy changes. We need complaints from the community to get to you guys, not stop somewhere. Some of them are frivolous. Some of them you guys probably are going to be like, okay, that's not a complaint I want to hear. But that's what we need to hear. If you don't want to hear our complaint, say that's not a complaint we're going to hear. We'd be much happier with that than waiting months on a response, just a response, and not getting one. It happens. It's happened several times. It's happened to me recently. Also, I've seen another problem that doesn't really build trust. When there's items on this agenda that the community only gets a few days to look at it sometimes. This one was revised on June 2nd. It says we only had a couple of days to look at it. You guys know what was on this because I'm sure you guys all looked through it over the weekend or last week. This is a lot. It's a lot to read. It's a lot to go through. If you went through like I did and read every one of them, you spent 6 hours reading. Not to mention looking stuff up to figure out what was in there and what wasn't. The people who make this agenda have months or years to figure out what they want to put on this agenda. They've got all the time they want to put it on here. They should be ready to go with what's on this agenda. We have a few days and we spend our time to go through what's on here just to come here and see it taken off sometimes. And it's very frustrating for us. Sometimes like the some of these policies that are being updated, I get it. That needed to be done. If there's gonna be a change, what's the use in it? But just to pull it off and not give any reason, it doesn't look good. It looks like we're trying to hide something, or if all of us started complaining about something and it gets pulled off the agenda, it doesn't look good to us. It looks like we're trying to hide something. So I'm just asking for some updates to some of the policies to make things look more transparent to us. It may not be anything to it, but we have to know that. We have to know that our issues are coming to you guys when they need to be coming to you guys. The small incidents, I get it. They don't need to come to you guys, but things that get to the board attorney need to be given to you guys. If you throw them in the garbage, fine, but we just want a response. Thank you guys.
Thank you. We're gonna take a quick break. I think they asked for that earlier, so that's it for the petitions, and we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Foster. I didn't want to wait till the very end. I know we're going to have superintendent's report here shortly. Excuse me? But I did want to make an announcement. Excuse me. Our community lost a great educator on May 28th. Ruth Heckman served the students of Highlands County well, and all of us knew her and respected her immensely. Her knowledge in the education system was tremendous, and just really just a great person in general and a great educator. Please keep her family in your prayers, and I just wanted to make a moment of silence, I guess, to kind of say our respects to her. So. Okay, thank you. We are now going to go to the superintendent's report.
Okay, I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. It is important to us to hear from you. I have offered my secretary to take calls for anyone that would like to come and see me at any time. I would love to be able to sit down with you to discuss any of your concerns. I know this board is very caring for this community. Many of them have lived here for years and years, as I have as well. And it's very clear that you care about your students in this community, as we do. Mr. Foster, you asked who is responsible. Again, this is the third time that I've spoken about that at this board meetings, is I take full responsibility for that. As the superintendent, I absolutely take full responsibility with the situation with IMAD. 6 years ago, we vetted curriculum. Actually, the president of the Tea Party was on that and went through the curriculum, and we vetted curriculum at that point in time. We did do parent meetings at all of our communities. Parents came. They looked at the curriculum. They made choices for their children if they wanted to opt their children out of the curriculum. That goes out by flyers. It also goes out by telephone calls to the parents if they want to opt the children out. Someone mentioned tonight maybe we should be opting the children in. Maybe that is a change that will happen as we move forward with that. That's a good idea. Maybe we move in that direction. The committee can give insight on that. I did end the contract with IMAD the day after I recognized and realized that they had added to the curriculum that was vetted 6 years ago. That addition happened 2 years ago, where they added additional content at that time. That very next day, I ended that. And at that time, we moved forward with the committee. The reason we're not starting in June, we wanted that committee to start in June. But the committee is not starting in June because there were about 10 of the 25 that could not meet during the summer. I can assure you there will be no curriculum taught in any of our schools until that committee takes that curriculum to the board for approval. So there will be nothing taught until that. It is an annual contract that we have had with them, and so that was over at the end of the school year, and IMAD is not in our schools teaching kids the health curriculum after that moment in time when I released them from their duties. In addition to that, I have all of the curriculum in my office, and I welcome you to come in, as some have, even sitting in this group tonight, to go through that curriculum with me and be able to ask any questions that you would like to do. I can show you the curriculum that we used before 2 years ago. I can show you the curriculum that we have used for the past 2 years as well. Mr. Martin, you mentioned about Neola as far as developing the curriculum. They don't develop curriculum. Neola develops policy, and then that is approved by the board. So we have full reign of the curriculum that we want to move forward with, and that's what we will do with that committee. Mr. Statler, you spoke about the newspaper releasing names. I don't know about that. I know I was the one that called all of the 90 that had expressed interest in the committee, and the night of the board meeting, I had 3 that I had not gotten in contact with yet. So if that went out in the paper the next day, I don't know about that. That was not supposed to be released to the paper until I had verified with the 3. And someone spoke about food and nutrition. We do, right now, we have federal funds that we receive. And our students do eat free breakfast and free lunch. But I can assure you that if there are some mandates, as what was spoken of tonight, we will find another way to feed our kids. I know that there was, out of a Federalist paper, some fear-mongering that this was going to happen. And if it does, I can assure you, it will not happen here. So this community will certainly make sure our kids eat, and we won't have to work under those premises to do so. In regard to TNTP, we've been working with TNTP back to 2014. They have been providing the insight survey that we've reviewed with the board a number of times as an annual survey that goes out to all of our staff that gives feedback about the culture of the school. In addition to that, we've worked with them as far as implementing Florida standards from 15 to 18, and then in 21 and 22, really working with leadership support and coaching in regard to student-centered coaching. The reason that it was back on the agenda was because there were some principals in our district that wanted the support for next year. Their intention would be to go to the school and work with the school leadership on what type of support that would be, whether that would be supporting professional learning communities or whatever support that would be. That's the reason it was back on the agenda. But all of those principals, or majority of them, are in conferences in Tallahassee and across the state. And so I will be pulling those agenda items. That will be 14E and 14F. 14E was with a few of the schools, Avon Park Middle, Avon Park High, Hill Gustat, and then 14F were with the elementary schools. In addition to that, I would like to request permission to revise 8B, school hours for 2022-23 school year. Fred Wild Elementary has requested their start time to be 7:30 a.m. instead of 7:25 a.m. I would like to request a workshop on June 21st at 4 o'clock to review and discuss budgets, allocations, and some of the wings that we had discussed earlier with Lake Country and Woodlawn.
What time did you say?
4 o'clock? I would like to request 2 special meetings on June 28th and July 19th at 4 o'clock p.m. The purpose for those meetings will be to review and discuss previously declined hardship out-of-zone transfers appeals. Yep, 28th and 19th, pursuant to the School Board of Highlands County Student Assignment Enrollment and Choice Plans. We've tried to do those 2 meetings before at a different time than the actual board meetings in the past. We will not have an executive session tonight, but I would like to request one following the June 21st board meeting. And I would like to invite Kevin Tuning to come up to the podium to give us an update on some of the happenings at Lake Placid High School.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Longshore, for the opportunity to speak in light of some recent media coverage that has involved Lake Placid High School. The information I will be sharing has been communicated to the individuals with whom it pertained prior to any media coverage happened. So first, I would like to share what we have done recently and what we have planned for the future in regards to personal responsibility in the use of alcohol. A few weeks prior to Mrs. Paulisat reaching out to us to speak to our students, we had the opportunity to host Kara Filler through a connection with our student government advisor, Melissa Song. Kara speaks with students across North America and has relationships with SAD, 4-H, Kiwanis, Rotary International, just to name a few. Her presentation was very impactful and resonated with our students, especially considering our local tragedy just over a year ago. Due to the recency of Ms. Filler's presentation, combined with respecting classroom time for teachers with students, we propose for Mrs. Sapp to come in the fall. She has arranged in early September an accident simulation that will involve Aeromed and first responders while also having the opportunity to speak before the student body. We look forward to an ongoing partnership with Paula as her message resonates greatly in our community. Second, I would like to speak to requirements for a high school diploma and participating in the graduation ceremony. 2 qualities that are important within the school system is transparency and confidentiality. Sometimes it is difficult to be transparent when the issue at hand pertains to an individual student. My goal is to be transparent in how decisions are made, yet protect the confidentiality of students. To receive a diploma, a student must have a minimum 2.0 grade point average, earn 24 required credits, and passed or completed testing requirements set forth by the state. This is all governed by Florida state statute and Florida Board of Education rule, including state testing procedures. Participating in the graduation ceremony is governed by our local school board and is outlined in our student progression plan. To participate in graduation ceremonies, a student must have earned a diploma or a certificate of completion. A certificate of completion is awarded when the student has earned the 24 required credits towards graduation. While there are many decisions that are at the discretion of the principal, these requirements are well outlined by our governing documents and does not allow for discretion. As a principal and a father, I have great understanding and compassion towards students and families when I have to deliver news that a student has not met requirements to walk at graduation. Our administration and guidance department meet with students throughout the year to attempt to avoid this situation. But I never want to lose sight of the fact that each student still has the opportunity to earn their diploma even after the graduation ceremony. And the diploma is the key for our students to unlock the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuna. Again, I just want to thank you for being here. Again, I want to also encourage you to reach out if you've got concerns or issues you would like to discuss further, and I will make sure that we get together to be able to have those conversations that you would like to have. Thank you. That completes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. 2, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda as revised?
Make a motion. Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Shoup, a second from Ms. Howerton. Public discussion. Back to the board for discussion. Ms. Shoup,
Yes.
Ms. Howerton,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist,
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Nine, motion to approve consent agenda items as revised.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll go with Ms. Howerton for the motion and Ms. Shoup for a second.
Perfect,
Is that
yes.
fair? Okay.
That works.
Okay, and then public discussion. We're on number 9, motion to approve consent agenda items as revised. Wait, did I skip something?
You did. Yeah, you did.
What did I skip?
It's consent.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I don't do each one of those separately. That's the consent items.
Yeah, you're good.
It's number 9.
So all the 5 legal we can't speak on those?
You can speak on them. That's what we're doing right now.
That's what we're doing now.
Well, 9 includes
All of
what's
those.
above it. Would you like that? Have anything to say? Okay.
It's just kind of.
It's 3 through 8 is what the consent agenda
Okay.
is.
Is there anything for 3 through 8 for public discussion? Okay, come on. Okay.
Jesse Sapp again. Items A and B have a contract attached. If I'm not mistaken, I hope I didn't get the wrong agenda, but is that right? There's a contract.
Which A?
Mine says 5A and B. It's for behavior analysis consultants of Mid-Florida. Okay. If you go to page, I think it's page 3. It's 6.11A. It talks about debarment, and this is on both of those contracts and another one in the agenda tonight. It's missing not in A. It says are presently the people, it's requiring the people in this contract to be debarred, suspended, or proposed for debarment. It's missing not in the second letter of 6.11A. I think it's a pretty important word in context.
Very important word. I totally agree. And that was brought to my attention earlier. I did not realize it was still in this. I corrected it in another one that was going before the board. we will get that corrected, Mr. Sapp. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
I think it's in all of them that are on the agenda tonight
It
that have
is in
that same.
every one of our attachments, and so the board should consider the word not inserted in paragraph 611A, and we will get that addressed. I appreciate you bringing that.
Okay, any more public discussion? Back to the board for discussion. Okay. With the changes, obviously. We need to change the.
I think it's already been made.
Okay, we good going forward with the motions?
Well,
We don't need to.
We'll
with the
just
change?
consider all of the contracts as having, even though they signed them, as are presently not debarred, suspended, or et cetera, because that's what it should be.
Okay, so we can do a vote for Ms. Howerton,
Yes.
Ms. Shoup,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 10A, consider approval of the superintendent's recommendation for personnel.
Second.
A motion from Ms. Howerton, a second from Ms. Shoup. Public discussion. Back to the board for discussion. Ms. Howerton,
Yes.
Ms. Shoup,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 10B, consider request by teacher for extended medical leave. No motion. Okay. Would you like to speak?
But there's no motion.
Well, there's no motion, sorry, so. Where do we stand?
Well, if there's a motion, that means the board wishes to entertain discussion on the matter. Without a motion, it means the board does not wish to hear discussion on the matter. Bottom line.
Okay.
That's Robert's rules.
All right. Thank you. 10C, consider appointment of Florida School Board member to serve as the 2022-2023 Florida School Board Association FSBA advocacy representative.
Make a motion to approve.
Wait, we need a representative first.
You have to
Oh,
name
I thought,
somebody.
okay, it has it on there, so, okay. Thank you. Well, I thought it had, it had 2021, 22. Okay. Okay. I was getting my years wrong. Thank you. Do you want to do that again, Ms. Houghton? I mean, Ms. Compton-Twist, do y'all, that work out for y'all?
I'm fine
Okay.
with it.
I will make a motion to appoint Ms. Howerton and Ms. Compton-Twist as the alternate.
I'll second.
I'm right in the top. Let me get 1 second. A motion from Ms. Shoup, a second from Mr. Brantley. Any public discussion? Back to the board for discussion. Guess there's not much to discuss, but
Just want to thank them for doing this again.
all right. Ms. Shoup,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Howerton,
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 12A, consider approval of agreement between the School Board of Highlands County and HRE Behavioral Consultants of Central Florida.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Ms. Shoup, a second from Mr. Brantley. Any public discussion?
Yeah.
Jesse Sapp, it is gonna be the same thing, but did we read through the rest of this contract, make sure there was no other problems in it? I mean, just to approve it like it is, we know there's one problem in it. I'm a layperson, I read it all, but I don't know if there's any more. That's just one that stuck out.
It just goes to prove the old adage, no matter how much you do right, the one, all crap wipes out 1,000 attaboys, right? What can I say?
I haven't started with an attaboy yet, but yeah.
Well, you know you probably won't either, Mr. Sapp, that's fine. I'm not expecting one from you.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Shoup, a second for Mr. Brantley. Board discussion? Okay, Ms. Shoup,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist,
Yes.
Ms. Howerton.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 13A, consider approval of adoption of the managerial position, Manager of Construction and Building Inspection Facilities job description.
I think Mr. Brown is here. Does he wanna talk on that? He was in the other, I don't know if he wants to
Is
talk on
Frank
that or
Brown
not.
close? There he is. You want to say anything about the management position for construction and building inspection?
Well, I didn't realize it was on the agenda, so I don't know what's been changed. what
Here's
they
the
put in
change,
there, but-
Mr. Brown. It's, rather than requiring a license, the person would not be required to be licensed, but would actually be training under you, when hired, with the goal towards earning their ability to get the license later.
Did the CDL requirement get put in there as well?
Well, I'm not sure about the CDL
The
thing.
only-
It was the other license
The way
thing.
it was
as I
originally
recall.
written, it was the only position the school board had that required a CDL before you even walked in the door.
Yeah.
Typically, first part of employment, we actually let them get their CDL here. We just figured it was another stumbling block, getting someone to come in and talk.
Is that included, or do we?
It doesn't say CDL on it.
Does not include CDL, so they can get it when they get here. Okay. We have a motion?
Do you see that on there, Marlene? I don't,
Motion to approve.
'cause I don't see it on there. It's crossed out.
The CDL, yeah, that's what you wanted, right? Yep.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Brantley.
I'll make a second.
Okay, motion from Mr. Brantley, second from Ms. Shoup. Public discussion? Back to the board for discussion. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. Shoup?
Yes.
Ms. Howerton?
Yes.
Ms. Compton Twist?
I'm a no on this one.
Chair votes yes. 13A, consider approval of adoption of the management position, Manager of Construction and Building Inspection Facilities job description. Is that the same thing as I just said? 13A. It's on it twice, sorry. That's my fault. Sorry. Just read what I'm in front of me sometimes. With one this thick, it's trying to keep up here. So. 14A, consider approval of proposal by Z-Space.
Wait.
Am I missing? Oh, sorry.
Good try.
She didn't highlight it.
Okay, that is my fault, because there's nothing on here for it, so.
Agenda item would be motion to approve to advertise for adoption the revisions of policies of agenda items 13B.
I'll stop you there, because not to advertise for adoption is report on development.
I'm sorry, I failed to read all that.
Yep. Okay, well, no, that's okay. And it is, you were correct, it is to advertise for final adoption coming up in the future, yes, okay, go ahead.
The public hearing to report on development and consider approval to advertise for adoption policies of agenda items 13B, 13C, 13D, 13E, 13F, 13H, 13L, 13M, 13N, 13O, 13R, 13S, 13T, 13P, 13W, 13Y, 13AA, 13BB, 13CC, 13DD, and 13FF through NN.
Okay, thank you. You should have put yourself on here so I could know where to go for you, okay. We need a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
A motion from Ms. Shoup, a second from Mr. Brantley. Public discussion.
Jesse Sapp again. Is this going to be the last time that we get before these are actually advertised, and then whenever they come back for approval, are we going to be able to ask that they be changed the next time, or is this the last time we get to say, hey, we want to change these? Just to clarify for
This is
everybody.
the best time to say, we want to change, and this is what we suggest.
Okay. I'm going to start with F, criminal background and employment history checks. We had an issue not long ago with an employee who came in and did not put some very truthful things on their job application. I don't know if that person's still here or not. Either way, I think we need to have some stronger language. We need to have some more background checks into that whenever our HR department is going through that. It's basically what's in there is very by the statute. I get it. The statute does say that it's not all inclusive and that it can be more intrusive than it is. I mean, I think at the very least we can go back to the people where the people used to live and where they used to work for the past 5 or 10 years and say, hey, go to the local law enforcement agency of jurisdiction there and say, hey, can we get any reports with this person's name on there? And go through those and see what's happened over their period of time being there, and ask those questions, even though they didn't get arrested, even though it's not on the report that you guys run, the level 2. We still need to look into those things and see if it's something that we really want our teachers to have in their background, even though they might not have been arrested, or maybe they had a pretrial diversion that didn't get put on the background report or something like that. We need to do some more digging into people's background other than just saying, hey, we called your 3 references and your prior employers and they said you're great. That's F.
Because what we're adding here is per Florida statute is a revision that we're making.
I think the revision even sticks just to Florida statute. It's very basic to Florida statute, but we can do extra to ensure that we're getting people that don't have a background that we wouldn't approve of.
So what you're asking to be added is just a local background check or a local
records check.
Records check.
You can use.
Okay.
There's
I
other
just wanna
apps out there that you can use. Like LexisNexis has an app, or it's a search engine. Basically, you pay a fee. LexisNexis goes and does the work for you. It brings up anything that's in a law enforcement database or anything like that will show up, and you can go through there and say, hey, what happened here? You don't have this on your application. What happened here? We want to know. And then we don't have the same problem that we had with this last instance, where you already know. You don't have to go back and wonder if we got all of it or if we really know what happened. That's my issue with a couple of the other ones too. I think some of them got taken off tonight, but there's a couple of that same employment. Criminal background employment history check. That's T as well. It's repeated several times in the policy. I guess for different. Some's for teachers, some's for administrators. I think it should be updated for all of those to read that we need more background checks on.
W's, one of them. Right?
Yes, sir. I think there's 4 of them. I've got H on here.
In reviewing the reference statute, it says that in cases of separation, this is Florida Statute 1012.31, which is the language added to this, okay? So, in cases of separation due to termination or resignation in lieu of termination, the person shall execute and maintain an affidavit of separation on the form adopted by the Department of Education, setting forth in detail the facts and reasons for such separation. The affidavit must expressly disclose when separation is due to a report of sexual misconduct with a student. The affidavit of separation must be executed under oath, constitutes an official statement pursuant to another Florida statute. So that's the affidavit they're referring to, but that would only be, in my reading of this, in cases of separation due to actual termination by the administration or a resignation in lieu of termination, meaning probably some termination proceedings would have been begun at that point. So,
Correct, but I don't think that even requires them to disclose anything that they weren't arrested for.
I agree.
So that's my problem with the policy itself, and we need to go in deeper depth other than just have you been arrested. Our questionnaire, our employment questionnaire, asks you have you ever committed or been investigated for a crime that is more than a traffic offense? Investigated, it says, and there's other words there too. The last applicant put no there. Have you ever been investigated for a crime that was more than a traffic incident? And come to find out, there's a police report that was investigating that person for battery on a child in a school, two children. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. And we don't know how many other people that are working here now that have that background as well. We don't really know. Were the charges dropped? Yes. But why were the charges dropped? I don't think you'll ever find out. The records are destroyed, but it's an issue. It's still an issue. This person was investigated for 2 counts of battery that were on video. So We need to know those things. And maybe there was 2 applicants that were head to head. I don't know that for a fact, but that might have been a determining factor. Well, this person's got this questionable background. Let's go with this one. I think it's just something we need to look into further for all of our applicants that are going to be in contact or may have contact with kids and administrators for that matter, just across the board because we trust them. 13H, parent and family involvement in the school program. Opt-in. We've already been through this one. Opt-in instead of down at the bottom of implementation or towards the middle. A procedure for parents to withdraw their child from any portion of the comprehensive health education that relates to sex education and instruction. Instead of opt-out, we can put the opt-in right there. But just like everybody was saying earlier tonight, opt-in. It's just like we go to SeaWorld. When our kids go to SeaWorld, we have to sign a permission slip.
Which
for them to go.
one is that?
13H, I'm sorry. That is parent and family involvement in the school program. That's a perfect place to put it to start with. I think it needs to be in the sex health, the sex health one too, but that's another place where we can put it in.
So, Mr. Sapp's suggestions here tonight, would need to be reviewed by the board. You need to tell me what you would advertise, what you're gonna approve here. Because I don't have any guidance on that.
I can send an email if it would help, and then you guys can look over what I'm saying, what I'm pointing out, and then if you wanna make changes or want to suggest changes or whatever you think, I mean,
that would be great.
I think that would be easier than having to write it down tonight.
So, hold off on advertising these two for,
Pull that then.
Yeah, we have to.
yeah. Is that what the board wants to do?
Take input, and
Okay.
then that's what this is all about, I think.
Yep.
The first step here.
Awesome. 13R is the next one I have. Research and evaluation. A systematic accountability plans for all schools. And some other language on there. There's nothing on a lot of these policies that direct somebody to do something specifically that says what is going to happen if we don't have that happen. And if we make a complaint and it doesn't make it to you guys never even know that we're having a problem with these things. And this is just one example. What happens if we're not getting what the board has said we need to do? When you guys say, we want you to do this, period, and it doesn't get done, and then you guys don't find out about it, it just gets dropped there. And what you guys want and what you put in these policies is not being done. And this is just one small example of that. We need to have something, when you direct somebody to do something, if this doesn't get done, we're going to have a consequence for it, because the consequences are not there right now. That's just a suggestion. What was that?
You gonna email those to us?
I will.
Is that one gonna be pulled as well?
Do we have a list of the ones we're pulling?
Yeah, I do so far.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
making them.
Is this
Do we
one
need
another
to-
one that's being pulled?
For research and evaluation, Mr. Sapp, what was your
yeah, I'm not-
suggestions for that particular policy?
Well, have a clause as to what are we going to do if we don't have these, and I don't know that necessarily it needs to be put in that one. It needs to be put in maybe a whole nother policy that says this is what we're going to do if we don't get what we are asking you to do. A consequence for higher end people.
Yeah, because I don't
the
know
higher
that
end
it goes in
administrators.
this one particularly.
That one, I think that one can stay. That was just an
Okay.
example.
We'll leave that.
Yeah.
We'll leave that.
That-
Okay.
That's what
I'm
I was
sorry.
reading, I'm like, I don't know.
So do we
that-
need to do another motion and pull out the ones we want to pull out?
Well,
I don't know that
know
it's
two-
finished.
I'm sorry?
I don't think
I'm
it's
going to go
finished.
fast on these.
Okay, I got you.
T is the criminal background and employment history check again. It's the same one.
Same one.
Yes, W
Yeah.
as well.
Those are the four.
X was pulled. Student fees, fines, and charges. I've got a problem with this one as far as this is BB. The superintendent decides who can pay and who can't on their fines. There's no qualifications about who can pay, who can't pay. It just says the superintendent will decide who can pay and who can't. Well, we need some guidelines. We need to know. Well, we need an affidavit of what you guys make every week, or we're just going to look at your clothes and say, okay, you probably can't pay, or how are we going to do that? There needs to be some guidelines set forth as to the determination of can you pay or not, but there's none in there.
Procedures, that would be procedures in the policy.
EE was pulled. HH, the last time I checked, the wrong PDF file was attached to the agenda. Is it still there? No, it's fine. I'm not complaining. I just saw this one yesterday, so, I didn't know if it was something that needed to be re-advertised or if we can just say, okay, it changed.
Mr. Sapp,
Yes, sir.
if you've read through all the policies, as I read 6152.01, where it talks about waiver of school fees, that is where they set forth how you determine if you're going to, the superintendent would waive. There are factors here that are clearly set forth. Is that what you're asking about?
I don't think that it was clear to me. That's what I'm saying. It did give her some leeway as to whether the person was or was not able to pay.
Well, this talks about, obviously, at some point, somebody's got to have some discretion. There's no set, okay, if you make this amount of money, you don't have to pay. If you make this amount of money, you do. Somewhere you got to have some discretion.
Why not? Why can't we say if you fall under this amount of money, you're making this money? Why can't we?
That's hard. That's
I
a slippery
will say
slope.
that I think our schools have been very fair there, Mr. Sapp.
And
Well,
it can be the superintendent's S&D.
Yeah, I'm just
The
gonna
principals
say,
do it a lot.
I think they have a process there.
The problem to me is that it has propensity to be skewed in one way or the other, and it's not. I'm not saying here, and I said this earlier. I have lost trust, and I don't trust that it may or may not be applied in the same way each time. So I'm asking for clarification on who is able to pay and who is not.
So that comes down to this, guys. Does the board want me to change this, or are you satisfied with what you have in 6152.01, which is CC, waiver of fees?
There's specific eligibility standards within that policy that refers to homelessness or reduced lunch and free lunch, those types of things that are specific within that policy that's there.
Doesn't everybody get free lunch?
Everybody does get free lunch, but there are different indexes that we can use to designate that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I guess I'm asking then, where are those indexes? I don't see them in the policy.
No, they would not be in the policy.
That's my problem with it anyway.
So pull or no pull? I need to know whether you go forward or not, and if you're gonna change or not.
So are we talking about CC
Finance.
or BB?
We're talking about
Because-
BB and CC, they're tied together.
I
I
think
think
that-
Mr. Sapp is complaining that CC is not specific enough to determine a waiver or without potential discrimination or something.
I would
Correct.
say in the 27 years that I've been on this board, I've never had anyone say that they didn't receive, I've actually sat at tables for Salvation Army and a parent come up to me and say, why wasn't, and I said the schools handle that and get the names of students that they feel, are in need of certain things that we offer and out in the community.
That could include field
And I'm
trips,
just- yeah, I'm
and
just
we've
gonna-
waived
it's
fees
just
for
super
those.
wide, but I really feel that our schools are handling that correctly, Mr. Sapp. So
To me, it'd be a
I feel like I'm
micromanagement
good
of the
with
school
it.
staff.
I mean,
May not be a bad thing. I think that's all I had on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, to summarize, as the board, through Mr. Sapp's discussion, you're asking me to pull from consideration, or for further advertisement for approval anyway, item F, H, R, T,
Was that T?
T, Tango, and W.
I was thinking R was not pulled, Mr. McClure. I might be wrong on that.
R was not pulled.
Yeah, I didn't have that starred.
There was something about consequences for hiring people, but that wasn't in that statute as
No,
discussed.
sir, that was.
He was
research
asking about
and
potential
evaluation.
new policy or something for that, which is wholly different. So advertise R then. Yes. Yes, okay.
Okay, you're for public discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
Straw vote. Anybody else confused about what just went on, or is it just me?
Well, we usually don't have one person come up and give us every policy. so
Sure,
that's not
sure.
usual,
Well,
so.
we usually don't have 40 policies shoved on one appointment or one meeting, so
Well, it's
that's.
happened before, but
And then, and it's I find it a little disingenuous to cram a lot of them on the first meeting of the summer break when the common people typically think that you're not meeting any longer. So, again, it builds distrust in your community. So the agenda that I printed comes from the June 1st. I worked off that agenda vigorously because I needed all the time I could get to get through 40 policies and look at the items on the agenda. Then I fast forward to a couple days ago, and the agenda's changed. So all of my notes are now split between two agendas. Now I get here and it seems to be a little wonky again. So we're the public. We're trying to figure out what you guys are doing because you've lost trust. We've lost that. I've heard it a few times. Reach out to us, reach out to us, reach out to us. How are they going to reach out to you when all that is on the board members on the district office website, the only contact information to get a hold of the board members is a first-class email? So either we have to make another avenue. I think it's proven through my testimony earlier that you guys aren't getting information that's coming through the portals. So either we've got to figure out a way to get the communication so that you guys aren't busting at the seams in these meetings with mud on your face every time, because it's not you guys. So how are we going to connect the communication again? Is it going to be through first class? How do these guys get a hold of you guys?
We have to keep the meeting going, though, and this is
Yeah.
policies that we're working on right now, so thank you.
But I will say, no
Yeah.
one has a problem reaching me.
But I've been talking
we need
all
to
week
talk
long,
about
I've been
what
talking to people.
policy
Yeah.
is.
You know.
Yeah, and to say everybody in the community has no trust in it.
Yeah.
Gotcha,
I have
thank you.
no problem.
So you want to talk about policies?
No, I just want to complain, okay? Mr. Sapp talked about, spending 6 hours on this agenda alone, okay? Well, you guys always manage to set your meetings the same day that the county commission sets their meetings. And I go to both meetings. And their agenda is just as big as yours. So I spend more than, and guess what? The agenda comes out the same day, Thursday. So I've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to get all that. I just wanted to get my gripe in.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, at this point, we have, back to the board for discussion. Ms.
Do
Shoup?
we need to make another, do we need to make another motion? Mr. Foster's. Okay.
Very
That
quickly,
is amended, okay.
by the way, the Sebring City Council's meeting tonight too. I would second Mr. Sapp's admonition that if you don't have some kind of consequence for someone who is not forthcoming on their job description, that there be a line in there that can result in immediate termination without response. If they do not put things that obviously, that are obviously deleterious to students, and that is not included, whether they resign rather than being fired or whatever it is, and they're not forthcoming about that, there should be some line saying you can terminate them immediately. They need to know that there is a consequence. We've seen tonight that there is very little consequence for much of anything.
So do we need to do anything more than that? And Mr. Brantley was second. That's where we are right now. We have back to the board for discussion.
We have then the policies. So the motion would be for 13B, CPE, LMNO, SB, Y, AA, BB, CCC, FF through NN.
Okay. Any more discussion from board? Ms. Shoup?
Yes.
Ms. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. Howerton?
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 14A, consider approval of proposal by Z-Space Inspire.
I'm just kind of looking at this dollar amount.
I know.
That's exactly
Yeah.
what everybody's looking
It
at.
was extremely cool to see that, but
Very
it's
cool, but
extremely expensive.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm trying to wrap my,
So we have no motions?
I'm doing a discussion.
It was fantastic, but as far as the dollar amount, it is an enormous amount at this time.
Especially for a community our size. Sorry.
You have the economy package, or?
It will be ESSER dollars, but
I understand.
that will be ESSER dollars.
Okay.
It'd be all through ESSER dollars?
It will be ESSER dollars, yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have no motion?
I'd like to make a motion for discussion.
I'll second that for discussion too, especially with the ESSER dollars.
A motion from Mr. Brantley, a second from Ms. Shoup. Public discussion.
Pam Petras. It was definitely a cool presentation, but what I read, it was from $5 to $7 million for this new program. How many teachers could you hire for that money? And for me, it doesn't matter if it's COVID or ESSER funds or whatever. $5 to $7 million. Last month at the meeting, we were going to continue using Skyward, another program, because it didn't work out, and that's $1 million. I'm just looking at support staff, teacher raises. This is crazy to think that we're going to have a new program that hadn't been vetted out, in my opinion. I hadn't heard about it before, and it's $5 to $7 million. I'm from Lake Placid. Lake Country Elementary did not want to participate, or they put down 0. Lake Placid Elementary had 50. Lake Placid Elementary had 50. Lake Placid Middle School had 0. Lake Placid High School had 60. When you go back and look at it, so half the schools in Lake Placid didn't even say they were going to utilize it, and yet if you do it, it's $5 to $7 million. I don't understand.
Jesse Sapp again. I'm not against spending the money. Not at all, for anything you guys have on your agendas. I am not against spending the money. I'm looking at value, and this goes for anything that we spend money on, is the value of it. I have a whole list of questions that I'm not going to bore you guys with right now. I think that this should come back up at another meeting and look at it. But what is the value? How long are they going to last? How many more screen time hours do our kids need? I'm totally against the screen time hours they're getting now on the laptops, and to put another program in front of them that's going to captivate them and hold their attention for way longer, because it is cool. It is very cool. Do our kids need that? We need to do some studies on what we're doing now as far as what our kids are watching and find out if that's good for them. I have some serious concerns with the computers we have now, much less another one. I'll send you the questions I have, because I think they're worth asking and looking at the program, but it is a lot of money, and do we get the value?
Thank you.
Nicole Radomski, and I too am not against spending money on programs, especially if they're valuable, and if our schools and if our teachers want them, 100%, I'm in on that. But just so that you all know, and I don't know if this is something, maybe you could take a little time and look at it, explore options, for this. But, I have teachers that were reaching out during this and saying that they never had the opportunity to see it. So if we need to make sure that all of our teachers are able to see it and get every school's feedback and ensure that we have every school's feedback before we make a decision, I think that would be amazing if we can do that. And again, I'm with you on if there's ways that we can keep our funding in our district, let's look at that first, and let's see where do we need to pull outside resources next, or how can we use those to support, some of what's already happening and the great things that we already have. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, I'm not sure how many ESSER funds we have and how long it takes before they expire, but I did want to just add, I'm kind of feel the same way they do, that we don't know enough about the program to spend that much money. And I just remember coming to the school board meetings years ago, and they say, oh, teachers haven't had raises, and there is no money to give to teachers. And I'm thinking, with all the going back and forth about Tntp, why don't we develop a significant bonus structure for a mentor program, or a best practice model that our own local talent offer that to our teachers? And I spoke to some of the school board members, and one of the things that was said is that our teachers already have enough on their plate. Well, when my daughter was in a language arts class at the middle school, I would see her teacher working at Michael's. She would check me out. Well, if they were bonused for like 10 grand to come up with a really awesome best practice model and a training program for their coworkers, and we were paying people, these teachers that we know or have a great experience, and really bonusing them, that would be so awesome for morale. It would be keeping the money in our county. I'm sure other people can come up with better ideas than I am, but I want to make sure we're doing stuff like that before we just spend $7 million on something that we are not that familiar with, or both, if we have enough money. So that's all.
Thank you.
Jen Reeser, science specialist. So hopefully I can shed some light into some of the questions that have been raised, which are valid questions, and so just want to make a few notes. ESSER funds, first of all, cannot be used to hire people or give bonuses. It is strictly for the advancement of student achievement and addressing learning loss that happened due to COVID. So when I think about Z-Space and what it can offer, not only K-12 science, but CTE advancement with the virtual reality, I understand the screen time concerns that you are bringing up, but thinking about a standards-aligned approach to give students modeling and authentic lab opportunities that they wouldn't be able to in a high school lab or CTE setting. For example, welding before you're given the equipment that could seriously hurt someone. There is an app for that. Thinking about in middle school science, looking at the model of the atom that you cannot see. We can pull that model out and pull it apart, label it, same thing with plant and animal cells, and some of those really difficult concepts in science. Thinking about the process, because there were some concerns about that, when we went through the process to put this into the ESSER grant for approval, we reached out to Z-Space, and they did 4 demonstrations in our district. 3 were virtual, 1 was face-to-face. We invited all schools, sent that invitation to principals and said, hey, get your science, your math, your CTE folks in one of these demonstrations if at all possible. All schools sent representatives from science and CTE and even math at the elementary, because there are some math applications for elementary, and all schools came. They looked through the lesson plans that are provided. They've looked at the apps. They played with the learning stations that were brought by Z-Space and did an analysis of what would be provided. After those demonstrations from Z-Space, each principal who was interested in going forward met with Z-Space specialists to specifically pick which programs and CTE apps would be loaded onto the devices to meet their students' needs based on the CTE and science courses that are offered at their campuses. So it's not a blanket, everybody is going to get a generic app in learning situation. It's specific to the school site after each principal met with Z-Space representatives. The cost, I know, is a large cost. With ESSER funds being devoted to address learning loss that students are experiencing due to COVID, the amount, we would never have the kind of money to purchase a program like this without the help of these grant funds. These grant funds will provide the Z-Space. That amount that you see in the proposal is a 3-year implementation. And so we won't have to worry about the implementation costs for several years to come. Beyond that, there are additional grants that can support the renewal of the licenses for some of the apps that we would need to, such as Perkins Grant, which already we apply for every year to assist with CTE. And so those funds will continue to come forth to support the purchase of additional licenses. We will work closely with Z-Space. They will do a full day on-site training as an initial training, and then they will not disappear as we implement. We're not going to stand alone and be left holding onto expensive technology that we don't know what to do with. They will work with us, alongside us to get this implemented, and I think students will benefit. If you were here earlier, before the board meeting started, we had some kids in the audience who got to play with the program, and just the look on their faces. And so I hear you about the screen time, but if we can take that screen time and make it standards aligned and appropriate and meaningful to science and CTE, we will address learning loss, we will make gains in science, which we desperately need, and everyone will be impacted.
Thank you. I'm a science major. I love science. I hold a bachelor's degree, a pre-med bachelor's degree from the University of Florida. Love science. This Z-Space is going to be awesome if that's what we decide to do. It has a lot of potential, and I think it would really give some cool virtual reality type of scenarios where you can piece apart. I love that description. If that's the route that we go, would you consider moving away a little bit from the other virtual schooling and move back towards textbooks? So that maybe some of your arithmetic, your reading, your writing pulls off of to reduce the screen time to balance with all of the added screen time if this is an avenue we take. Screen time, there are lots of research. I was just with John Stemberger, an attorney from Orlando, who gave very compelling evidence how it alters the development of our brains, the matter changes. All of that screen time, nothing but screen time, isn't physically healthy. Kids need to bump, turn, touch things, face-to-face interactions with their teachers and peers. We need to touch things. It builds neurons and brain, it wires us. So if we completely move away from everything, we're gonna be, we don't know what that's gonna look like. So if you decide to do Z-Space, and I love what you're saying, can we find a solution that would balance some of the screen time in that we move a little bit away, more towards a textbook for our teachers, more towards tangible face-to-face interaction with our teachers, away from the virtual schooling model, and then if we're gonna supplement with this or whatever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Reese Martin. I do love what I saw there. That's pretty neat. Middle school, I actually enjoyed dissecting frogs, though. That was one of the benefits. I don't know anyone else got to do it. Now they do sharks, and I thought it was great. The expense does concern me. Anyone that's got one of these knows technology changes fairly rapidly. We don't know. Is technology going to change? I know you've got 3 years here. How quick is it going to change? Or is this covered? But there's huge expenses to go to just a few schools. So I would just ask that rather than make a decision now, it's like boys, sleep on it. Think about it just a little bit longer before we make that huge commitment for that money. If they need to come back and make another presentation to tell us more about it, let them do that. Is there a time constraint? Do we have to do this now, or can we wait? Think about it. I'll let you. You gonna answer? Yeah. I'll wait for a second. No, I just want to make sure we're spending the money where we need to spend it, because it is a huge expenditure. Thank you.
You got these things to help bring it together a little bit. And probably most important for everybody in this room is a Florida native and understanding. So I live in Orlando. But I have close ties to this community, just so you know, because my wife's family's from Highlands. So I know the fun things that go on beyond just the race, but this is the Caladium capital. And nobody realized, yeah, I know that because I come here. So, and you chuckle about that, but I tell you that to be authentic with you, that I do understand. So let me draw a very, very, very important line with screen time, because this is an excellent point. And I'm coming to you from the perspective of a son of a welder and the grandson of a diesel mechanic. I play with computers for a living. Think about that. When I was introduced, I burned myself. I can tell you some great stories about it. Now, to this day, I still work on my own car. Why? Because I went about it a different way. It didn't replace. So the intent of Z-Space, and when you do something in this platform, you are going to, and when I heard the gentleman talk about value,
Sharks is a great example. You are going to allocate funds to animals, to science experiments. When those can be conducted virtually, you save those dollars. And I promise you, getting rid of sharks and frogs and a lot of those formaldehyde-based things, that is very pricey. So if you take that a step further, when you think about growing your community, what we want is that students no longer leave your community because they're going to have access to welding, to carpentry and construction. I guarantee I can make a measuring tape look more powerful than you've ever seen. But I promise anybody in here that works in the skilled trades, how hard is it to hire somebody that can read a measuring tape? See what I'm saying? That's what we're trying, that's the gap we're trying to fill. The difference is, I don't want them to leave Florida. I'm a resident here. I want them to stay in your community. I don't want the jobs to go away. But if you don't speak the language of digital natives, I promise you they will leave. It's a fact. So I think the key thing is when you talk about screen time, please understand it's not an addition, it's a swapping out. So when you go to learn about chemistry, there is absolute value into doing that. But there's a number of experiments that we can do virtually. And they can have that experience right then and there. And actually you gain instructional minutes. Because the young one that was a science instructor, how much time do you spend setting up labs, cleaning up labs? Those are real minutes. Those things really add up. And they do bring skill sets. Absolutely. So you can be more precise in the ones that you want to achieve with them. And that's all it is. It's not a replacement. It's to allow things to accelerate the classroom and rethink those minutes. With that said, I want you to know zSpace has been around for 14 years. This is not a, hey, just pick up a product. This is not a random Oculus. There are fundamental differences because you brought out a great point. An HMD, as they call, covers the face, and it takes away to an isolated environment. We don't want that. We want you to sit as we all did today, and I want the instructor to be able to look through the different types of instruction to meet the needs of your students. So when they have text, they can work together. It's not just one piece. So please understand, I know it's a lot because, yeah, you literally saw like a heart and a skeleton jump out of a screen today. I completely understand it. And whatever the board deems appropriate, we are here to support you and do. But I do want you to know that what we do every day as a company is standards-based instruction. That's all we care about. That's what we do. And then for me as a CTE side of the house, I want to encourage others to go into the skilled trades so they stay in Florida because I know what it costs when an HVAC instructor shows up and HVAC comes to fix one of my house or my plumber comes out. Those are fantastic high-wage, high-demand jobs that they don't need to leave our communities. In fact, we need to fill those spaces. And that's what we're trying to do with just one of the angles. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Before,
yes.
Yeah, before you go anywhere. Obviously, that's the reason I made the motion for this conversation. Obviously, we're a small district. Obviously, that number is huge.
Absolutely.
$7 million, you can buy a lot of sharks.
Sure.
Is there something that's more geared to our size district that would be more palatable? Or is this just a...
So really, this has been based on the feedback of the surveys that Jennifer sent out. This was not anything that zSpace decided. This was based on the feedback of your staffs. This was not us prescribing it. This was all based on the feedbacks, based on these sessions that we did to decide what is appropriate. Now, where we guided them is when they said, our focus is going to be career exploration because we know that all of our high schools have ag mechanics. I want to get all of them more excited about being a part of that program. So we have content that supports that. Or the focus is going to be biology or physical science or earth space science. So they're going to have the appropriate content. But everything we received was purely based off the feedback of your community. We did not prescribe anything. We were simply there to demonstrate and explain how it could be used. Great question.
Can you tell me some other counties in the state of Florida that are using this?
Sure, yeah. So you can do, this is, again, because I love people that like transparency. So you can Google me, Michael Carbini. I use this in St. Lucie County. I was a CTE director there. So that's one you'll see a lot of great research that we did there. It's still used today. Pasco County here locally uses it. Orange County Public, the Miami-Dade has a large one. So, pardon me, Christine? Duval, St. John. So a fair amount of Florida. Oh, yeah, I mean,
So
I
that's-
mean,
But then also, you know, I'll be honest with our 40-something policies, I didn't dig as deep into this.
Sure.
So that's why I'm saying I'm kind of not sure totally, but, so it's 3 years.
right. So let me explain how it's set up, is that it's 3 years, that's the prescribed portion. What it is a 3-year commitment to say, we're gonna focus on these particular topic areas. The reason we don't like to go beyond that is because we all know that things are gonna change 3 years from now.
So am I
Now,
paying for 3 years?
so yes, that is the 3-year, this deal that is there is 3 years of this content. Now, 3 years from now, standards change, contents
I'm
change,
just saying the ESSER dollars are gone in 2 years.
ESSER dollars are gone, that's beyond, and that, I mean, I can't say that, obviously.
That's where I'm at, because
right.
I'm gonna be out of those free dollars for finding things.
And of
to
course,
do.
ESSER funds, you know, they can only be used, again, for learning loss, this is not, this
So
is a
that's what-
separate
I mean,
piece.
Mike's not here.
Right.
Am I gonna be looking for that money in the 3rd year, or not me? Or
No,
but
no, no,
we pay it?
it's
It's all paid for.
It's all paid for in full. What happens in your previous years, I'm obviously not.
And I saw
whatever you
an
guys
elementary
decide.
price and a middle price, and there's 2 high school prices. Can you walk me through that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was confused in the high school price. There's 2 of them.
So one thing I do want to mention, though, there is a perpetualness to Z-Space, because that device is designed to be a 5 to 6 year run, which is in line. You can speak with anybody in IT. That is the standard practice of other hardware products. But there is perpetual items that you will never pay for again, that your students in the elementary setting, this one on there you'll see, it's called Studio 3. You have that in perpetuity. That is standard-based instruction. The specificity deals in that welding may not be important in 3 years because you've filled that program. You need to now shift to hybrid. And so that's where that is. But I know Christine can talk.
Yes, thank you, hi. So what we did was we met with each individual school. So 14 of the schools wanted Z-Space. First, it is a Windows-based computer with the warranty built in. So if a student accidentally drops it, it is replaced. So that's what's taken care of. This Windows-based computer is considered a highly gaming computer. It's extremely durable, excellent computer. So when Ms. Reeser had us meet with all the schools, we then met with each individual principal with some of her teachers to find out what they wanted. So when we did this, we got their, what would you like, what are your needs? We went to each and every one. They said, okay, we want this lab, we want 2 labs, we want 4 labs. We were trying to scale back because of pricing. We didn't want the sticker shock. So we were like, you can get away with doing this much, and we can go to each and every classroom and push a cart in and work with you. One principal said, I want 14 labs, and this is why. And if we have to give back the money because we didn't use the funds that we were given this one time, because they are asking for the funds back, then they have missed out on their opportunity. So they have excellent computers, they have 3 years programming warranty, and this was what the principals wanted. So we initially said 1 lab for every school, and we'll be able to wheel it in. Some principals said, no way, I need this for each individual CTE or career pathway, STEM education, science, and it goes even further than that. So we don't want you to think we said, here, shove this in your face. We did the opposite. We wanted to be a little bit standoffish, and we heard, no, you made us look at this, and this is what we want. So thanks for listening, but I hope you give them the opportunity.
I just want the board to ask any more questions to our vendor, if that's just for a second. Any more of those at this point?
Well, I thought you had the question of the 2 options of the high school.
I did.
Oh,
Now, did you answer the quick question? I will get to the, I just wanted to make sure we had time with the vendors.
Can you come back up to the
Sorry
mic
about
so
that.
you can be on the recording? Thank you.
So the 2 different options were the 2 high schools. One asked for 10 labs and one asked for 14. So we said we can do this in 4 labs each. And what we'll do is focus on the career pathways that we can roll the carts into the classrooms and use the carts. So we felt like we could do that with the 4. When we said that to one of the principals, they said, no, we want this. So I just said, well, give them the option. So that's why we did it that way.
So it's a $2.8 million and a $5.3 million, is that what I
That
saw
was
on
the
there?
difference between
Paid
having,
at one school?
two different schools having multiple labs.
Okay.
So instead, just having 4. So just larger schools, more CTE, more career pathways. That was why.
So if we have any problem with any of the equipment or technical, our IT guys don't have to do anything.
No,
You have somebody that's gonna come.
we take care of everything, the warranty and everything. And it's not like we take these back in 3 years. These are your computers and they're going to last. I've been with the company for 8 years. We have literally since 2018 had one system. They last. So it's not like they're gonna break in 3 years. These are excellent computers.
In year 4, what is the recurring cost?
So in elementary school, so when you have perpetual software, you have perpetual for life, and that is 4 or 5 programs. They never go away. Then in elementary schools, about $6,000 per school on average that is for like the standard STEM education. CTE is a little up and down. Just depends on where you want to focus and what you want to focus on. And that can be varied. But on average for elementary and middle, about 6, I think we wrote it down. Mm-hmm.
And then high school, depending on the CTE courses, it could be up to 20,000, but thinking about Perkins as a funding source for that.
Yes, CTE.
Sure. I didn't see that in there.
You do need to come to the mic, so it will get picked up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're just trying to work it out where we have to come with a
It's
vendor
gotta
and
get picked up
people
on the
and,
recording.
so you're
Sure,
fine, yes.
sure. I'm Skylar. Can you give us some more information about anything that would be offered for ag programs? Which schools have that, and also the technical, like welding and stuff like that?
Absolutely. Our CTE director.
Yeah, so how it's designed to support, one is it works backwards because Florida, as you're probably well aware, we have something called the CAPE funding list. So if things are on the CAPE funding list, schools are able to garner additional funding. So those are industry certifications. So part of that is going to be the animal sciences. So there's going to be all your livestock and cash crop. So those are how they will virtually teach those. The same way that the first time I was getting ready for a 4-H competition or FFA, and I was going through with bovine, I would have that, I'm gonna explain that virtually. I'm still gonna go out to the farm and I'm still gonna do it, but they have that virtual where they can also do the dissection and they can go through to support the pure animal science portion of it. Then there's the ag mechanics, which you heard him say, which is going to be welding, and those are pneumatics and hydraulics. The idea being each one of those programs are going to operate differently because different industries leverage hydraulics and pneumatics. Obviously, ag mechanics, John Deere, there's a lot that can go into those spaces. That is all included in this package. So you'll have
14 of
the high schools, though.
Could you speak into the microphone so they
Do
can
you
hear
remember
you?
the high schools, Jennifer?
Sebring High School.
Can you come into the microphone just so we can
Come on
all-
up, sorry.
Sorry,
We're just
we-
trying to, it's a
Great
lot of money.
questions. I
we
mean,
wanna
it's
go
great
answer
questions.
That's
Yeah, I
absolutely.
didn't know.
Yeah.
Miss Irwin, I don't know if you wanted to speak at some point, or not,
Yeah,
that's
what I'm
fine too, but,
saying. We got some
just when they get
principals
done,
here.
so,
We'd love to
thank you.
hear from you.
So my team was Miss Etzel, my assistant principal, Miss Meeks, Miss Ball, my 2 department heads, CTE and science. And then I had a couple of my science teachers here today, and they went through it. They looked at their standards and what the programs offered, and it's an excellent resource. And it was my experts, Highlands County experts, that found that this would be a great addition to our school. And they worked with Ms. Reeser on ensuring this was something that would be a tool that would ensure not just college readiness, but also career readiness. So that was why it was important to us. It also aligned with our pathways and our programs and initiatives at Avon Park High School. I don't want to speak for Sebring High. The reason why we asked for the 30 labs was we wanted one for every teacher, or not 30 labs, 10 labs, not 30.
Like 30.
It would be a lot bigger bill. We'd be here longer. The 10 labs with 30 computers in them was we wanted to ensure that every student in a classroom had a computer. Our classrooms run at the high school level, 25 to 30 kids. We wanted to make sure we had equity. Every science and every CTE pathway that impacted had equity. That there would never be a question that a student did not have access. It would be like a textbook. And that's why we did it. And I would assume that's the reason why Sebring High did that. Okay? Any questions for me? Feel free to contact me at school. And also, a lot of this stuff will be used with all students, no matter their ability level. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared Eddy. So this is not for the, we're at 52, roughly, and I don't have it in front of me at the last meeting, $52 million for the salary, everybody, from the bus driver to the janitor. In last fiscal year, we're at $50 million roughly this fiscal year. I don't have it in front of me. So I just think this is nuts to me. $5 to $7 million on a 3-year plan, and we've got teachers leaving at record numbers. And we're gonna and another thing, y'all. Let's talk about morale of the employees, right? Not a computer. Let's talk about real people. Think about this. These teachers are not going to know anything about this, right? We're going to vote it and pass it tonight in the summertime. The teachers are going to find out about it in August. Their morale is going to it's going to sink. $5 to $7 million. This. If this gets passed tonight, this is horrible. That's just my opinion only.
Okay, because I totally understand ESSER funds are tied to certain ways that you have to spend it. I 100% get that. So I understand that we cannot necessarily pay teachers, but can we slow down? Can we look at how we can be creative? And if ESSER funds are tied to bridging the gap of student achievement from COVID, and it's tied to our standards, we have experts right here, again, in our districts, that can look at those standards, that can spend that time. We can pay them, I will step back, can we use ESSER funds to incentivize them to plan, to get together, to get those lessons created, and we may be able to, can we marry the two? Can we have some of this? You know, is there a way that we can get some of this? Because, I mean, I'm currently a virtual teacher, so listen, I get it. I was loving it too. You know, but is there a way that we can slow down a little bit and look at how can we creatively use these ESSER funds? There's lots of ways to improve student achievement and pull up that gap from COVID. And our teachers that are in the trenches every day doing it, and they haven't left, and they are still here, but they're really close to going, can we incentivize them to do the work and tie it to those ESSER funds and help in that manner? So I don't know the answer to that. If the answer is yes, let's spend the time and let's do it.
Hi, Gail Arcan. I know I've mentioned before about ALC schools, and I'm concerned more with all the kids dropping out of school. This program is not going to help them. If there was some way we could convert funds into that. On 2018 to 2019, 500 students were enrolled in 9th grade. By 10th grade, it was down to 400. By 11th grade, it was around, these are approximate figures, 350, and by senior, it was down to 320. we're losing kids like crazy. This program is wonderful. People are going to move on, but I can't see it. A lot of our population, they're just dropping out. I hear it from the kids all the time. They're just dropping out, going nowhere. And I think that's a big concern. All these kids with no high school diploma. And I think we need to do more to get them to stay in school, to get a diploma. And that's why I really encourage, I don't know if these funds could be allocated to something like that, but we really need an alternative learning center for these kids to come and be successful to move on in life.
Thank you.
With that said, the career pathway program is going to keep the kids engaged and give them a direction that they can actually go out and make money in. So they are dropping out. They're bored. They have more screen time on their phones than they do anywhere else, and they do get phones. So the career pathways are so important, and I think that's what the principals really focused on, is what can we bring that these students can move forward and move on and have a career pathway to focus on. So I think in your response of them leaving, that's why we're here. We want them to stay.
I would just add that if you look at the National Dropout Prevention Center out of Clemson University, the research actually has been done to demonstrate that a key reason for dropping out is lack of engagement in school. A key factor in keeping students in school is giving them a relevant pathway that's often to a career. So there's a lot of research, if you'll go check that out, and specifically one of the tools they highlight is the tool that you're actually considering and how it can engage students at higher levels. There's about 14 years of research on that, done external, some right here at the University of Florida. And then the research around what does keep kids in school, it has to do with the relevance of what they're learning and the direction that it puts them on a path. They can see a line of sight to a career, so.
Well, y'all are up there. Because most of the schools that I'm seeing that have requested carts, most of them have been 2 or 4. Our high schools are asking for 10 and 14. Avon Park High has asked for 10, and Sebring has asked for 14, and Lake Placid has asked for 2. I mean, if we stick with 2 or 4 just to get started, can we add on later?
Absolutely.
And maybe our cost right now would not be.
Is that the 2.8 million? Is the 4?
That's
Okay.
option 2, and that's where we pushed it down to the 4 and piled on the CTE so that they could share. So absolutely, we promoted that. I promise we promoted that, and the principal said.
I see where they, I
know,
know,
yeah.
I see where they,
They
you know.
were very adamant on what they wanted, and I believe one wanted to be here tonight, and they could not because they were in Tallahassee.
But
A
so,
lot of them are in
I think what,
Yes.
what he was.
In Avon.
I know, I always say y'all's name wrong. Edie. But
That's right.
I think what he's talking about in the 51 may be the ESSER dollars, actually, too. We have 51 million, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And
It's
so
American Relief
I
Funds.
don't know where we are on our balance of ESSER dollars. That's never been brought, we just keep, ESSER dollars gonna pay for that, ESSER dollars gonna pay for that, ESSER dollars. So where are we?
We'll do an update at the next board meeting
We
if you'd
might
like
wanna
to
do
do
it
that.
before we even act on this, you know? I mean, that's what I'm just saying. Because I kinda shared some things, at the other meeting. And so, I mean, not to say that this isn't something that would be good for our students, but we just keep saying, "No, it's okay, ESSER dollars are gonna pay for that, you know, so. But I have some ideas also as a board member that was shared tonight for some of our ESSER dollars. So, that has been shared to me by faculty, so.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, I would like to see if we could table this to our next meeting and get a list of the other schools that, or the other districts that are using this, because we will be with, other school board members throughout the state, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. To give us a chance to talk with them. We have these funds, and I shared with someone yesterday, I'm so grateful we have them. I hope we never have them again, because it means that we would have to go through something like COVID. But, these funds are gonna go away if we don't use them. Bottom line, they're not here to stay. Was it 2025 they go away? So, if this pans out, I think our schools, our principals have spoken. And I believe that, the principal from Avon Park High School, she got with her specialist. They thought this was great. But if we could table this to the next board meeting to have a chance to find out what our ESSER funds are actually, where we are, and get a chance to talk to the other districts.
I would feel more comfortable with that. I feel rushed for this number of dollars.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Because the program was great, and I could see kids that would not normally want to sit at a textbook, just think this is wonderful, because it was off the charts cool.
Yeah, feel free to check out on zspace.com/webinars. We highlight use cases from all over the country, including quite a few here in Florida, where you can hear teachers, students in their classrooms using this with, to address their strategic objectives and those kinds of things. So feel free, we can certainly get you the list of other districts, but also check that out, and I would encourage the audience, because what we were able to do today was on a very short timeline based on the fact that you all had a much bigger meeting to handle, but we're glad to support you all in any way in truly understanding what it is you're getting, what's the impact and opportunity for students.
Yeah, I can definitely see the student that may get bored be totally involved with this program. So that's kind of where I stand, but I'd like to see what our balance is as far as where we actually are with the fund balance.
I would like to see that too, and I'm also hesitant because, I am worried about after the 3 years moving forward, and how we're going to do that and how we're gonna continue to pay for, it and what the structure is gonna be like in 3 years. Are we gonna have to update? Are we gonna have to use new programming? What's it gonna look like? We don't know that yet, and we're not gonna have those funds. Where are we gonna get the money? I know you've come with some ideas for some of the grants, but, it's an unknown, and it's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
So if we table it, do I need to pull any motions, or where are we stand at this point? Mr. McClure? We have a motion and a second at this point for discussion. And so, withdraw the motions, or is that what we're?
I'd say table, because you've got.
Table.
You've got it
Okay.
already.
All right, we're gonna table this till next meeting.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Can I speak before you table it?
Can we talk about it in 2 weeks, or in the next meeting we have?
Well,
Yeah.
part of it is, I want to tell you about funding. You do have funding that comes through special ed and the ESC, because the special ed children are entitled to assistive technology and transitional planning starting at 12 years old. So if you correctly put it on the IEP, then you get the money to pay for these things. Not all of it, but you get some of it. But your IEPs don't do that, and you discourage.
Okay.
So when I ask for a
Thank you.
computer-
We have to move to the
All right,
next
but
line.
I'm just saying that there is funding,
Okay.
because
Thank
your
you.
kids with disabilities would qualify for.
We are going, Miss Irwin,
Can I ask one question, please?
are y'all leaving?
I know that you want the.
Because I was gonna skip Miss Irwin to the next one. I'm sorry.
But my other question is, where is the list that says you can get this, and this with ESSER money? Because we're only considering science right now, which I think is great. And Ms. Irwin said, come look, Nicole, and she's wonderful to offer that to me. But what else can we get? And I don't think the public knows that. Because reading is supported, updating have you seen their Chromebooks? They need new Chromebooks.
We can present
That's
that.
important too.
Miss Irwin,
So
I
give us more options
I
at
was
the
gonna
next time.
ask, because I was gonna skip forward to 14C because you were here. I was gonna ask if you can stay or not. That's the question. I'm sorry, I know it's a long night, and I know y'all are super busy and work a lot of hours, so, but I am gonna skip, out of order, to 14C just because the principal is here to answer questions. So, consider approval of proposal by Carnegie Learning for Math Coaching Series. Do we have a motion? Services.
I will make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
Okay.
And I just want to remind the board that when we voted on this for Hillgastad Middle, I asked, was this grant monies, and was there other middle schools that could be included? And I believe we all looked and wanted to do that. Well, they weren't addressed. So the middle schools went a year without being able to have this capability. When there was included in our motion to approach the other middle
Right,
schools.
yeah, they were supposed to be able to.
Yes, ma'am. So now we're here, and now they've been included. Because when they were calling me, asking me, I said, you know what? You were there. I'm sorry that you were not included. But it has been shared with me that this is very beneficial, for new math teachers, and it will help them, in coming forward, which I was all in favor once I got and when I have talked to someone from Hillgastad Middle that's now at Sebring Middle School that said it was very beneficial, but it just upsets me as a board member that we included it and that was not addressed.
It was not included in it. I just know after, what was it, a month ago, when there was an emotion on it, got several phone calls from some of the principals who would like to see this brought back, and one was Avon Park High School. Do you want to come
Can we
up?
bring her up? I'd like to bring her up.
Talk about it?
Yes.
So I'm just going to give an example, Danielle Irwin, Avon Park High School, of how this the Carnegie would benefit Avon Park High School. I have 5 new teachers in my department. The 5 teachers are there because I've had one who wanted to go work, has always wanted to be in another content area, so that person moved. I had one teacher that I didn't renew. I had a couple other teachers because I have an increase in numbers and pathways, so I have a lot of new teachers. A couple new teachers, one's a little dynamo teacher, she's coming up from elementary. I got a couple teachers that one is a brand new teacher, first year high school. One is an extremely bright young lady, brand new teacher, not teacher trained. I would put stake on my career to say I have the best math coach, Melinda Pollitt, in the district, in the state. But she's one person. She's one person. She she wants to be in the classroom part of her day, and she needs to be the person training my people up because she is phenomenal. She is phenomenal. I need her. She works. She gets the 8 hours. She does the extra work. Right now she's at the best standards. She's going to do all the writing of the curriculum. She's the teacher that you guys have been, talking about. She does that, but I don't want to burn her out. This program helps her while we have the new standards coming in and the new curriculum where she can properly design the curriculum and teach the teachers that. This helps her with instructional capacity. That's why I need it. I know that's why Avon Park Middle School needs it. Kim Riley asked me to share that due to the fact that she is sick and couldn't be here, and I know that's why Kim Irvin needs it from Sebring High School. Same thing. We need to build capacity in our teachers. We have strong coaches. We have a strong person at the district level, but there's a lot of math teachers, and we're hiring them. We have retirements. We have all different reasons why. Every school's got a different story on why we don't have them, why we have to hire. Everybody's different. But this program, the feedback we got from very strong teachers at Hillgastad had my math coach, Miss Pollitt, say, I could use this program. I could use this program. This would be extremely helpful for us. So it's my job as her principal to advocate that for her. I also have incoming ninth grade students, 250 incoming ninth grade students, and 108 of them have, for over 3 years, never scored above a level 1. I need support. I'm good with those kids. My staff is good with those kids. We move those kids, but these kids have not had traditional education. We need these supports. I don't need my teachers leaving and going and getting this training. I need this training coming to my staff so that they can stay with my kids and get this. So that is my need. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Ward. I think we're all singing the same tune. But
Test, test, test. Can anyone hear me?
Excellent, okay, okay.
Oh, okay, good.
Test.
Let's go with Mr. Ward and then Ms. Riley, okay?
Shane Ward, principal of Lake
I
Placid
can
Middle
hear you.
School.
We're good.
So I spoke to some of the board members about this Carnegie program a few weeks ago. I didn't necessarily have a need for that necessarily program, but I didn't want to be the determining factor if someone didn't get this program. However, I have a need for math teachers now because of lateral movements. There's some job at the high school that some teachers have taken. And at some point, I may have to make the decision to put my math coach, who's a certified math teacher, to serve 150 kids every single day in a math class. This Carnegie program has technically, basically, a math coach come to me to support my teachers because my math coach, who's supposed to support my teachers, ultimately, y'all is going to be in a classroom. We're going to make that decision on July 15th, whether my math coach is going to a classroom. We are fervently hiring people left and right. We are actively searching them out. If they put an application in, I'm calling them up saying, hey, you're certified in math, come on down to Lake Placid Middle. But at some point, I'm going to have to put my math coach in a classroom if we don't hire the right staff. Where this program, that person comes to me, and they will technically serve in the capacity of the math coach later on. So that person's going to help support my math coach if my math coach is not in a classroom, but I will use them in a math coach capacity if my math coach ends up going to serve students Monday through Friday. Thank you.
Ms. Riley?
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to take a moment to share from a different perspective about why I, as a principal, support the purchase of Carnegie Learning and how it will benefit us at Avon Park Middle School. So at Avon Park Middle School, similar to Miss Irwin, all of my math teachers have taught for 5 or fewer years. In fact, I have one math teacher that's taught 5 years. Most of the rest are just a couple of years. And like is common with many new teachers, most of the newer teachers don't come to us nowadays from teacher training or teacher ed programs. So that basically means, and that's not just here, you know, that's statewide, nationwide, but that means that new teachers today need additional supports to help them grow in their practice. It's not just about the curriculum, it's about how they deliver that curriculum and engage the students in learning. I will also have a new math coach next year. I just found out my wonderful math coach is going to take some time off. She just had a new little one. And so I'll be looking for a new math coach next year. There are new standards, the new best standards coming up this year for teachers to master. So the job embedded professional learning provided by Carnegie would be invaluable to us. In particular, when we talk about job embedded training, this does not pull teachers or other staff throughout the district out of classrooms. The training, a lot of times with Carnegie, is push in. They push into the classroom and work in the classroom with teachers, where they go right into the PLCs during common planning times, and they build their schedule around meeting the needs of our teachers in our school to support learning at our school. And so Carnegie also, they plan with teachers side by side. They provide feedback both individually and the group. They do individual coaching, group coaching. They help in with adjustments to instruction. That's part of our PLC process. They attend PLCs with our teachers during that common planning time. They help assist with creation of assessments and help with resources. And ultimately, what's exciting about them is they're going to come work specifically with each school with us to prioritize our supports to best meet the needs of us at Avon Park Middle. Just kind of finally, because I did hear some input tonight from the community in regards to using our own resources in the district to provide these supports. Our math district specialist, she wears many hats. I mean, we love her. We value her work in our district and at our schools, but there are 18 or 19 with the virtual schools in our district. And to think that she alone could provide the types of supports that I just described, it just isn't realistic. She's great, but we'd have to clone her a lot of times over to get those kind of individualized supports. And I do agree, we do have fantastic educators in the district with a lot of expertise and a lot of experience, but asking them to do one more thing is definitely super challenging, and to think about the logistics of pulling them from their own responsibilities in their own schools to help provide supports at other schools, it just becomes very problematic. So I just kind of wanted you guys to hear where we are at Avon Park Middle and know that from this principle, this would be a very valuable program that would help us move our work forward.
Thank you.
So will all middle school and all high school will have this opportunity? I
That's
can't
all listed.
recall.
There's 2 Avon Park schools and 1.
Can I chime in, please?
Was that it, or is there more?
Hi, this is Donald Ridgway.
Hey.
I'm actually in Tallahassee right now at the Best Standards, but I'm on a Zoom call with y'all. So from Sebring High School standpoint, just like Ms. Irwin and also Ms. Riley had mentioned, we're getting a number of teachers coming in that are not college vet trained, and so they lack some of those pedagogical skills that are needed in the classroom. And so just like Mr. Ward said, our teachers that are working 8 hours, that are veteran teachers and have great skills, they're being stretched pretty thin. And so this is a valuable resource that us at Sebring High School would like to use with our newer math teachers. I know I have one right now and possibly another one coming on, but this would be just a huge asset to add on to our school campus. Someone else that can come in from an outside approach just to look and see how we can improve. As I'm up here at the Best Standards training, there's a lot of information that our teachers are going to have to digest in the next couple months. And so these new teachers, if they're starting fresh, some of them are going through certification, things that they have to take care of. They're also having to work through classes at Polk State College, and now adding on to it being an effective teacher. And so this company, Carnegie, will add that ability for us to have effective teaching in our classrooms to serve our students.
Thank you.
I'm seeing it's 5 school sites.
It's 5 school sites.
That this would,
That's all Avon Park Middle and Park High and
It
Best
is.
at. Where are we at with the other 2? The Placid Middle.
yeah, so it's not gonna be all.
Not all 7.
And that price is still the same, $357,500 for the 5 sites.
Yeah, and down the road, like, when Ann Lindsay was here, we would do some of these programs. Then we would train, like was mentioned earlier, our own, where we're not, because what really bothers me sitting here as a board member is how many schools have said how many new math teachers we have. Folks, we're not keeping these teachers. We're not keeping them, and so they're changing. So, and education is but, we can't just keep coming up
And we
with
can't
these
lose that
dollars.
knowledge
And
every
we gotta
year
figure out
either.
how to retain them.
Yeah.
We retain the people that we're doing, so I do wanna offer them help too, but I've gotta figure out a way to retain what we've got. And, but I don't wanna keep doling out money. I mean, how many years are we, it's just a 1-year contract?
This is not the contract that's coming before you, just a proposal.
Well, no, proposal, but it would just be for 1 year,
This looks like a proposal for 1 year.
for 1
Yeah.
year,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
It's a scope of work for 1 year.
So, and it's only for,
22, 23 for 5 school sites.
so.
Any more board questions or anything of what we got here? Because I'm going to put it to the public here in a second. So. Okay, go ahead.
Jesse Sapp again, I'll bring up the word value again. And my definition of value is what are you getting for what you're spending? And I think the only way that we can quantify anything that we spend money on, or typically anything we spend money on at the school board level, is what are our kids getting out of it? Let's go back and look at how we can quantify that. We go back and look at the scores from the last several years. And I know we're going to hear COVID was an issue, and I know it was. I think we actually had a couple schools come up during COVID, which kind of proves to me that COVID probably did have an effect somewhere at some places, and some places it didn't. But let's not just that the teachers want it and the administration wants it, but if they can say, hey, listen, we had this increase. I think we've had this for several years, if I understand correctly.
No,
just one. Did we come up from last year? I know last year we didn't have any FSA testing, but there again, can we justify spending that kind of money for something that we don't really know if our scores came up or if they went down? Or I know the staff seems to want it, but is that a reason to spend the money on it? I don't know.
Hey, Skylar Scott. I did it say, how many reps does that package include? So do we get like 5 ladies at the district's disposal anytime? Like how accessible is a Carnegie person if we have all these new teachers? You know, how much attention are they gonna get directly?
Yeah,
Like
all
how-
I heard from was the principals. I didn't hear anyone from the district office, nor did I hear anyone from Hillgustat on the experience. Did anybody hear?
I just heard
Did
from the
not,
schools.
just that it was,
I got the call.
valuable, to them.
I'm in the sales background, sometimes it sounds really good, but then when you gotta wait in line for everybody else and you don't get your turn very often, then, you know, so I think those details matter. And I'm definitely agreeing that new teachers need support, and I don't think that it's fair to only present one option. I think that there's probably other programs out there that we should explore. I know we've started looking into Carnegie, hadn't had enough time to really delve into it a whole lot, but have found some issues that we don't really like. So why not, if we're gonna spend that kind of money, let's shop. And that's my thought too.
We don't have our math numbers in yet.
Can I just say also, it was peer reviewed. We spoke to teachers at Hillgustat Middle School and also administration at Hillgustat Middle School, and they did say it was a valuable resource and one in which enriched the ability of their teachers, and then in turn enriches the opportunities for our students.
We heard from our coach from last year from Hillgustat
I
that's
haven't.
spoken. You
I mean, I
haven't
haven't
spoken
heard
with
from.
I'd
her.
also like to
People
jump in and
say.
add, I'd also like to jump in and add that as a board, when we spoke about piloting it, I remember specifically getting the question that if other schools wanted this, would they have the opportunity? And the answer was absolutely. And so in a pilot, obviously, the other schools weren't familiar with the program. The principal of Hillgustat Middle School is familiar with the program based on the work of her previous district. So the schools, the school principals had an opportunity to see it in action and have conversations. Our principals mentioned it, that this is different in that the professional learning comes to the school, down into the PLCs with the teachers, into the classrooms with the teachers, whether it is side-by-side coaching, whether it is modeling, all of those things. And so in addition to all of those things, the schools, I know that Mrs. Remy forwarded on some teacher comments about how the work that they've done with the coach that was specifically at Hillgustat, how it improved their practice as a teacher. And so at this point, Carnegie is a very they're a reputable company specific to this service that they offer. And we're not talking about the textbooks, we're not talking about curriculum, but this specific coaching, side-by-side professional learning that they offer is very highly sought after and used. And just again, I remember specifically being asked, as I'm trying to give opportunities to our schools to remedy the COVID slide that happened in math, and not just in our district, nationwide, that we knew what would happen based on going out, students losing that fourth quarter of math and knowing that math skills build upon math skills. And so when you miss that, there is a gap. And so we have not been in business with Carnegie prior. I know that I heard that during the comments that we've been working with them for a long time. We started this work with Carnegie in January of this school year. So we've only had a semester, and already we are hearing amazing things. And that is why the schools and school leaders are asking for this support, because they're aware of what they need to have, the services they need to have in order to help support teachers. And when we talk about teaching retention, one of the largest reasons why teachers leave is because teaching is an overwhelmingly difficult job. And unfortunately, too often teachers are planning and doing all of these things alone. And so what Carnegie helps is bring a community. It brings community and support and help so that the math coach who's already teaching classes and coaching doesn't have to take an 8th hour. And so that we don't want to overwork our people, but we want our people working for our students.
Thank you.
Is exactly what I was going to talk at. Our teachers feel alone. Community. I want to speak to that point. We have artificial community coming in. If you've ever trained somebody, you have to figure out where they're at and then start from there. If we can give it back to teachers, and I know I don't want to sound like I'm against what you guys are trying to go for here, but this community that the Carnegie is going to bring is superficial. We want to be seen, we want to be heard, we want to be in relationship and in community. And our teachers, I hear it all the time, let us teach, let us teach. If they're so busy doing all of the trainings that they're frustrating the teachers and we're seeing the turnover over and over again, then why, same thing with virtual, let's get away from the fake and phony. We're missing the heart of the matter, which is community. It's community. It's letting them build teachers' rapport within among themselves. And so by replacing with this artificial support that isn't getting deeply rooted in the community of teachers, we're not effectively going to retain. So it's going to be an exacerbation. They're going to learn new training, going to learn these new people. You know how it is to work as a board. You guys are just kind of getting a feel for each other. You know where people are weighing in at. So now you can move forward and make progress. If we keep resetting every single time with new faces, with new people in this artificial relationship, we're not going to be as effective, in my opinion. So I would circle back and say, I stand that I understand we need it. I understand we've got new teachers, new math teachers, we've got to get the training. But I lack a little confidence in some of the decision makers, in their transparency, and I've heard of manipulation happening, which would tend to push a person in a certain way, and so then I have to challenge the authenticity of some of the requests.
Thank you. I think we almost one more speaker. That's all I can do. I mean, I just really got to move on.
I forgot part of it. Skylar Scott. So I just wanted to ping pong off of what Donna said. I do think that even if we bring in fancy support system and everything, if we don't address the retention, it's not going to matter. And like Hilgustat, it's like putting lipstick on a pig. You know what I mean? You need to do more than get a math coach. You've got some leadership issues. So.
Thank you.
So thinking about this particular agenda item, you've heard from, I think, 4 administrators. We do have new standards. We do have new curriculum. We do have new assessments. So I think, it's just got to make a decision based on you've heard the public. They've shared their thoughts. You've heard the administrators. You've heard their thoughts. I think some of them have reached out to you perhaps. We had worked with Carnegie last year. The results from that experience, I think, has been very positive. That's the reason we're even moving forward this year from what we had heard from last year, even though it's a little different than what happened last year, expanded for sure. So anyway.
When will our math scores be out?
Probably the end of June is what I would expect to see.
Is there a way that I could just see how much a difference it made at Hillgustat this year?
Not at this point in time, because there would be no data to look at. They might give us some more information this week at VADS and FASPA, but I would expect the end of June, when I was with Vince Vargas last week from Assessment and Accountability.
Yeah, that's where I kind of wish that we would have included the other. I was told Avon Park Middle did want to do it, so.
She did. And she's
Oh,
both.
yeah, and
Well, I
Ms.
mean,
Ron-
she would have welcomed it this last year.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah.
If she'd
Oh,
been
yeah.
given the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure she would.
So,
So
Do we have to decide now, or can we wait till the scores come out?
Well, we have to remember too that Hillgustat only had it for,
since January.
yes, it's January. So I don't know how much. I respect everything that the public said, but I also respect what the principals are asking.
what are the 5 schools?
Avon Park Middle, Avon Park High, Hillgustat,
Lake Placid
Lake
Middle.
Placid Middle, and Sebring
School.
High is the 5. And Lake Placid Middle, you definitely doing that? Because you said you may do it. I didn't know where you stood at that.
Well, he lost some of his math.
Well, I
teachers.
thought that you spoke on.
He was saying that the way he might implement would be
So
different.
quantifiably,
Yeah.
I know my staff gets tired of hearing saying it, my colleagues get tired of it, but quantifiably, if we go up 4%, if we can go up 4% quantifiably, the next year another 4%, no one's gonna be able to say that after 3 years that you went up 12%. It's something that it's a philosophy of mine. 3 weeks ago, my staff was completely full with my math teachers, math coach. I shared a math coach with Lake Placid High School. Great opportunity for us. She had the chance to be full-time at her school. It left me with a math coach opening. 2 of my math teachers advanced their career. One is going to teach Algebra 2 because Mr. Whitney retired after 25 years. And one of them is going to go be a teacher at a private school with 12 fourth graders in her room. 3 weeks ago, I had no openings. None. Zero. Zero. Now I have 2 openings and no math coach. On paper, I have a math coach, but again, in a couple of weeks, she's probably going to be in a classroom. I didn't lose teachers to other middle schools. I didn't lose teachers to teach the same subject at a different high school. I lost them for career opportunities, and I'm okay with that. I am definitely okay with that. I have a phenomenal staff I would put against anybody. We've talked about new teachers. That's great, but we also need to talk about some of our veteran teachers, because our veteran teachers are also pulling 45% proficiency in math. There has to be that hard conversation with our veteran teachers. We're telling the community that 45% is good enough. So we need to train some of our veteran teachers too that have been doing it for 15 years the same way. Have you taught 15 years or have you taught 1 year 15 times? And that's a conversation that Carnegie is able to bring to us. I have an allocation for a math coach. If I have it filled right now, ultimately that person's going to be in the classroom, and if the board approves the Carnegie, I don't necessarily have to pay for a math coach out of my allocations that I could fill later on to train that math coach later. It basically gives me a free math resource on my campus, free for me. The school board's going to pay for it out of the whatever funds it's coming from, but when you're looking at what you have to pull from my school, that's a resource for me that I can utilize. And to be honest with you, I'm going to use and abuse. And I'm going to train up my new teachers as well as my 4 veteran math teachers that I have, because we've got to raise scores. I don't care what anyone says. If the scores don't come up 4% this year, maybe I haven't done something from an administrative standpoint, because they've got to come up 4% next year. And I know you guys really want more than 4%, but 4% sustainably for 3 years is 12%, and I'm okay with that. And I really am. I really am okay with that. Carnegie, to me, feels like it's going to help me get to that 4% because I don't have a math coach right now.
I think that's what Hillgustat
Thank you.
Middle's coach went
Thank
back
you.
in the classroom, and Carnegie helped with being a coach, is what happened at Hillgustat. So we won't,
Are we good with bringing to vote?
Well, we have a motion, right?
Do we have a motion and a second? One more comment. Come on.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, just want to clarify, I was looking through this proposal, and it does mention in here, and what you just said, having your staff trained. But in their proposal, Carnegie is saying that they need to have an instructional coach at each school. Carnegie is going to occasionally talk to these instructional coaches, and it says right here in their, Carnegie has a planning conversation with the instructional coach. Carnegie observes the instructional coach and collects data. The instructional coach has a planning conversation with the teacher. They also collect data, the instructional coach does. The instructional coach has a reflecting conversation with the teacher, and then Carnegie comes back after all of that and reflects with your instructional coach. Who is your instructional coach going to be? That would be the question. You still have to have someone at that school that's going to be an instructional coach to deal with the Carnegie group. They are going to be there 5 schools, 4 days a month, 7 months out of the year. That's $2,500 a day, and you're still going to have somebody else there. I think you need to look through this a little closer as to what you're getting out of it before we go in there and jump in and spend the money. I agree. All our teachers need help. We have a lot of teachers teaching out of field right now, and every one of them needs help. It's not just math. The math teachers need help. Our English, they all need help. Science. But check this out a little closer before you do and make sure what they're providing. Thank you.
And where Ms. Portis went, they're not gonna be using it. Sebring Middle's not gonna do it.
We ready for vote? Ms. Shoup?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. Howerton?
No.
Ms. Compton Twist?
No.
Thanks, guys. Chair votes no.
No, we don't need a clapping.
No clapping, sorry. Just let's vote. So it's okay. So we're gonna go to 14B. Approved textbook adoptions from Math K5 % to FS. Can't read it. 1006.28. Do we have any? It's on the approved list. I know that much. Does anybody else want to give any? Do we have a motion?
This is a textbook adoption.
This is
We
the
had
textbook
committee
adoption.
And it's been approved by the governor's list. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
will
would
make
make a
approval.
second.
Sorry. So Ms. Howerton,
Sorry, I was behind.
Ms. Shoup. So a motion from Ms. Howerton, second from Ms. Shoup. Public discussion? Back to the board for discussion. Ms. Howard, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, appreciate all the people who worked
Absolutely.
together.
There's so many
to
hours that
approve-
went into
yeah,
that, yeah.
to vet this, so,
Ms. Howerton,
Yes.
Ms. Shoup,
yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Compton Twist.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 14D, consider approval of proposal of science takeout kits. Do we have a motion? Ms. Reeser, do you want to speak to
Would
that
you
one?
like to address?
The science takeout kits. I think it was a high school, middle school, right? High school only, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So several years ago, I was at a National Science Teachers Association conference and sat through a presentation of science takeouts. Came back and presented those to my science leaders from the high school, our Science Connections Committee meeting, and learned that they were already using them. It is a consumable kit that allows classrooms to do authentic lab experiences in a safe way. So for example, if you are doing a lesson in genetics, you can't safely test blood for some of those genetic markers, and so it provides a way to use a safe material that behaves the way blood would, and so you can have a simulated, safe lab environment. When I learned that the teachers at our 3 high schools were already using them, they told me they were using their own funds to buy what they could, put kids in groups of 5 or 6, which is not ideal, and only buying when they had the money or when they had their leave money come in. So I thought that rather than keeping on doing that, we would use our ESSER funds to take that burden off of our teachers. We had teachers from Lake Placid, Sebring, and Avon Park go through extensively the kits and the lesson plans that are provided, and they created a list of what they would like to incorporate into our pacing guides, where it would be a good, strong fit to supplement our curriculum. And so that is the quote that you see in front of you. That would be all of the kits for every student to be in a group of 2 or 3 and have these authentic lab experiences hands-on at all 3 high schools and HCI.
It was 19,131. Is that, am I right on that?
Yeah.
I wrote it down earlier. Okay.
That's what it says.
This will come out of ESSER dollars.
That's what it says.
Yep.
You have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Brantley, a second from Ms. Shoup. Any more public discussion? Or public discussion, sorry.
Jesse Sapp again. I want to thank Ms. Resser. Everything that she's brought tonight, she's had documentation on the agenda. And it is awesome to be able to read and see what's on the agenda and not have to hope that somebody's going to be here and explain it for us. It's awesome to have that she went and did all the research on this. She went and talked to the teachers. The teachers like it. The teachers have been buying it out of their own pocket. I think these things are a great value for what we're getting. I think the research she's done shows that they're definitely educational. It's something for the kids to put their hands on, to get away from their Chromebook, to actually do something and have. If you look at some of the names of the kits, they're real world problems that the kids are actually looking through. Our parents and community can get behind this because we know what is in those kits. We can go there and look at that kit and say, okay, this is good, and not have to worry about it changing tomorrow. The cost of the kits is known. We don't have any unexpected, well, we dropped it, or we dropped the computer and we got to repair that, or any of that stuff. I think it's something that's good. It's not that much money for how many students it covers. Thanks.
More public discussion? Back to the board for discussion. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. Shoup?
Yes.
Ms. Howerton?
Yes.
Ms. Compton-Twist?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 15A, consider approval to award contract for fertilization and chemical treatment of ball fields to ABM SBHC 2122-44. A motion? Did I look?
No, they're pulled.
Yeah, they're pulled.
What was that?
The E and F that we pulled off of
Oh, okay.
the agenda, yes. So,
We have a gentleman here from the athletic task force who's been here all night. Would he
Oh,
like to
man,
come
I tell
in
you.
and talk for us?
Come
Talk
on.
about it?
Yeah,
Hey,
name,
he had to stay because you.
Well, he's been
J.C.
here all
Shoup,
night, might
son
as well
of Jan
Someone's in
Shoup.
charge of here.
Thank you for the invite up here, Mother.
No.
I'm surprised everybody wants to stay for this also, so thank you, everybody
It's
here.
the highlight of the night.
Yeah, right. Again, J.C. Shoup, I am the chair of the athletic task force. To give everybody a background here, the athletic task force was put together about a year ago by Dr. Longshore. It includes a group of 3 community members from each city, Avon Park, Lake Placid, and Sebring. It also includes the athletic directors, principals, and assistant principals at each of the 3 high schools. And also, as Shane pointed out, the middle schools were invited, and well, their attendance hasn't been exemplary, but that's okay. We'll forgive them. But no, so this subject of the single service provider, the service provider for the fertilization, aerification, mowing, et cetera, for the ball fields, part of the athletic task force, our mission, or what we were tasked by the board and Dr. Longshore, was to identify issues within the county that needed to be addressed when it pertains specifically to athletic programs, athletic facilities, athletic fields. We've had an issue in the past years, really before it became a really hot button attention item for this board, for the county, and that was with the quality of the athletic fields. So previously we looked at Dan Morgan as a consultant that was hired to advise basically consult on the quality of the fields and the spraying and the fertilizing and the caretaking of the fields. And then at that time we hired, or the school board approved a bid from a company to do the aerification, pretty much everything besides the maintenance, general maintenance, so that would be the mowing of the fields, the edging of the fields. Again, this bid, it is the recommendation, I guess you could say, of the athletic task force to go. This is our recommendation as a group. Again, all these committee members met to go with a single service provider, basically to have one company to answer to, one company who is responsible for the care and the maintenance of the fields. Beautiful thing about that now with the, you also have the addition of a full-time athletic director who is able to supervise the condition of these fields, able to supervise, and that's part of their role with this. Part of being a full-time athletic director, they will receive training, they'll receive information that will help them to supervise and look over the quality of the fields. And we believe the next step is just taking this to a single service provider. This also allows the current maintenance people who are school board employees who mow the fields on a regular basis. This gives them the ability to be used somewhere else within the facilities or within the schools for maintenance. So from the standpoint of the athletic task force, it is our recommendation to go to a single service provider. We're not going to recommend which one to go with. Obviously, you know, you have a low bidder there. But we did, and just for everyone's little historical information here, and everyone here in the audience, this got brought up and this got bid out a couple months ago, and it got brought up at a school board and it died due to no motion, right? And at that time, I think there was some uncertainty within, especially the school leaders, the principals, the ADs, and then also the committee task force here. How good was the bid process that we put out? So actually the ADs from each of the 3 high schools, one great thing about this athletic task force is the teamwork between all 3 of the high schools that we've had, the cohesiveness that's come together to identify these projects. So the 3 ADs and the 3 principals, they all met together and they said, hey, what don't we like about this proposal? Big thing was, well, how are we going to stay on top of these people with meetings? How are we going to stay on top of the mowing? So we increased the amount of mowing that is required out of this contractor, depending on the time of the year. And those 3 schools got together and put that together, and we ironed that out whenever it went out for bid. So we believe it's a much better bid packet that went out, much better requirements than what you guys saw previously. So again, our recommendation, go with a single service provider, really for quality of the athletic fields moving forward. Thank you.
JC, can you refresh my memory? I was trying to look, or maybe Mr. McClure, if we have problems with this company, what timeline do we have to terminate it?
First of all, JC, we all met and there was an issue regarding performance requirements, and if they did not perform within a certain period, we could come back and talk to them. That exact period, I don't remember, but the fact that there was a performance period, I do remember.
There was, I don't remember the exact time, I believe in that it was 30 days,
I would say around 30 days as well.
which was,
I just have a problem, because I know our fields aren't gonna last for 30 days, you have a problem,
correct.
so.
The only caveat to that, with still having the staff on board and still having the equipment for the mowing, you'd be able to pick that up pretty quick, like if they were really slacking on that, and we had to terminate the contract. But again, it is a concern with the, 30-day
We never did
termination.
change that timeline.
I don't believe we changed the timeline on that in the bid proposal.
Well, we did discuss making it shorter, I know.
I know.
Do you guys have a copy?
I couldn't, without
Been
actually
been here
looking
so
at the
long, my
bid, I
phone
can't
died,
tell you.
so I don't have a copy of the bid.
That's why I was trying to flip through it,
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
I wasn't at
say.
the last athletic task force.
I didn't read that.
That's what
in the bid.
I thought that we had talked about changing that.
Can you pull up a copy of that? I just can't remember again.
I've got the
looking at
copy.
it here.
Yeah, we got it.
Does it have the performance timeline in
I
there?
didn't recall reading it, but
Because, I
could've
know
skipped it.
ABM came and spoke to us about our schools the other day, but on the custodial part, they said the ones that are coming up with a time and a half aren't having any supervision, there's problems, so, and I know there's supposedly 2 different entities, but I really wish we could have gotten somebody locally. We did not have anybody local bid on it, so this is what we're down to, and I realize time's a crunch, but a field cannot, and I know that we're gonna have people looking at it, but a field cannot wait 30 days, because I know an athletic director called JSM, and it's okay, then they got there and they're like, oh my gosh, this is bad, so, I don't know, here we are with the contract or here we are to vote on the proposal, but
One thing, we will have more oversight because the ADs, have
And I realize
increased.
that.
But that's
Yeah.
still in itself, I understand.
I mean,
I'm
fields,
looking,
I'm just gonna tell y'all, if you have an issue, 30 days, we may be.
It does say.
But there was an issue of weekly meetings, I know that.
Yeah.
That they agreed to meet weekly, they agreed to do whatever the board requested regarding numbers of meetings, frequency of meetings, et cetera. That's my recollection anyway.
that's correct.
So, that being the case, I would certainly think if they're not performing properly and in a weekly meeting, that could be discussed and remedies either addressed or advised of termination.
The main concern, a lot of the times, is irrigation, and it does talk about irrigation, but irrigation isn't, just so the board members know, will not be included. We have an irrigation contract with somebody, and so all of our irrigation needs would be.
So, and that was another thing too, we'd rather have, if we could, a local contractor. I believe their bid was actually lower. That was a previous bid that came in for the school board also. So that was our recommendation. Thank you for bringing that up about the local bid
I
there.
just want that for the record.
Yep,
Yeah,
thank you.
That's correct.
So,
Okay, I don't have a bid.
I don't know, I mean, is there any way that we can shorten the 30 days, Mr. McClure, when we're here?
I'm not even sure the 30 days
It
is in
does,
there.
it does say
What
it.
does it say?
Can I
Says
find
the
it?
contractual agreement resulting from this RFBP will be for the time period set forth in these RFBP documents, but may be canceled by the School Board of Highlands County for cause
Blank 30 days. and-
at any time issuing a 30 days written notice.
All I can say is this, it is very standard to give somebody 30 days. I think if you did less than 30 days, a court is going to, you're gonna have a problem with that. That's just the bottom line.
I'm just kinda glad we pulled the irrigation part out of it.
And that was the exact, now that you mentioned that, John, it was 30 days is pretty
Yeah.
standard there. Give
Right.
anybody else any shorter notice for
Right.
any issues, not giving them time to
Exactly.
correct it.
Due process issue.
Yeah. And again, with a single service provider, I think this is the right way to go for the quality of the fields in the future. And if they don't, then reevaluate quickly.
Yeah, because this way A can't blame B and B can't blame A. It's all
Yeah.
one company.
I remember Mort clearly saying, if you don't give it water, it's gonna die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
So
And then
the irrigation part was very big on that.
part of this whole thought process too, with the athletic director being full-time, is they'll sit down with Dan Morgan, the consultant, who's a consultant for University of Florida. I think Raymond James, football facility also in Tampa.
Very decorated.
Yeah, he's the man when it comes to turf, right? Yeah, you see something on the ground and he takes it somewhere else pretty quickly. But, yeah, and then also having a meeting between ABM, establishing a relationship, since they are the lowest bidder in this case, with that contractor, with the athletic directors, with the principals, and with Dan Morgan, so we can provide education to the athletic directors, so they can be advised and they can be knowledgeable on turf issues. So if there is issues, they can also see those. So,
Thank you for all your work.
thank you, guys.
I
Any
don't
other
have a motion
questions?
yet, though, I'm just asking. Okay.
It was a long-winded prior motion there.
It's all good, man, it's all good.
All good information.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion from Ms. Howerton, a second from Ms. Shoup. Public discussion? I think you were hanging around earlier, so.
I'm gonna mention it.
Okay.
Just to stop again, it does say under the force majeure, clause 90 days. So if they're claiming some type of a problem that force majeure would cover, they got 90 days before there's any contract revocation, according to, I think it's item 23 or 24.
Yeah, it's all 30. And I feel like if there is a problem,
We're gonna be,
we can
we'll be on
address
it, because
it.
we can see it, it's right in
Yeah,
front of us.
yeah,
It's
we
nice,
can address
yeah.
it. We don't have to wait the 90 days to address what the problem is. I mean,
Board discussion? Ms. Howerton?
Yes.
Ms. Shoup?
yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. Compton Twist?
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
I would like to thank all the people on the athletic task force. I know they put a lot of time into it. I hear it from my son, how much time that they put into it. So I just would like to thank all of the members of the task force.
It's been a tremendous addition. I know when I first started the board, we didn't have it, and it was like, we were trying to work our way through the different communities and try to be equitable, but it's been a great resource to
Yes.
make us equitable that way, so it's been great. So, 15B, consider approval to award contract to furnish and install a 20-foot by 50-foot walk-in cold storage room to, working on it, it's late, to International Restaurant Distributors, SBHC 2122-32.
One bid, yeah.
A motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve because I remember, I'm trying to think of his name, the food, he, Tim,
Yeah.
thank you.
Helping us store
yeah,
more
it is
things.
late.
Helps us
Yeah,
store
to help
more,
us
yeah.
store more things, so we have
Get
more
better pricing,
choices
yeah.
with food and that are, yeah, he really was asking for that, so, definitely it will help them out, cause I know they have struggled with what they can have available.
Second.
Second from Ms. Compa-Twist. Public discussion. Back to the board for discussion. Ms. Shoup,
Yes.
Ms. Compa-Twist,
Yes.
Ms. Howerton,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 16, emergency items. 17, legislative issues. Nothing at this point.
Just that I do want to
Yeah, go
share
ahead.
that, I did hear a report on Governor DeSantis on Biden saying, so Florida is.
Talk into
Florida
your
is
mic a little
saying
bit more.
That, we won't, he's gonna fight that on what Biden is saying about providing the dollars. So I don't know if anybody heard his recording on that.
I didn't hear anything, but I would be very surprised if
Yeah,
we let that
so I
pass
was
in
gonna say
Florida.
our governor
I'm just-
is ahead
yeah.
of the game on that.
Okay. A couple of visitors coming to town. I know this Thursday, James Shaw is a candidate for Commissioner of Agriculture. He's going to be speaking at the Candlelight Restaurant in Sun and Lake. And then on July 7th, Wilton Simpson is another candidate for Department of Agriculture. He's going to be speaking at the Ag Center, which is both at 5:30 at night. Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention if they wanted to attend those. So 18 is Planning and Zoning. Okay, 19 HCEA, HCESPA, ESPA, members' comments. Thank you for staying.
Yes.
We'll introduce you. Come on, come up, at least we could, yeah, come on, say something. Okay.
Come on, Gene.
No, both of you. I want both of you. We just have a new one, so we want to introduce her. Make sure we don't miss that opportunity.
Okay, I'm Jean Federico. As of about 5 days ago, I'm now the president of the HCEA, the Teachers Association. So I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing.
Well, we appreciate you serving.
Thank you.
Tammy Mortensen, Vice President of the Support Staff Union, and she's doing great.
Yeah, she'll be great.
It'll be a good team.
Thank you. School board attorney's comments.
Very little. Let it go home. Congratulations to the retirees. We have our FSBAA meeting. You're going to your meeting. The attorneys are getting their legislative update this weekend as well from Brian Moore, and so we'll be in Jacksonville on the 10th and 11th. So, if you have anything you want me to bring up, let me know.
Thank you. Ms. Howerton.
Just want to recognize our retirees again, and seeing a lot of faces that have been here for many years, and thank them for their years and the impact they made on a lot of our students. Also, thoughts are with the Dr. Heckman family.
Yeah.
Very special lady, definitely. On the Heartland Rural Health and the groups at the students, schools with the students, can we look into that to see what connection would you look at? All right. And get
I
back
want to make
with us
sure
on
that they're not doing
Yeah,
that.
we
So.
don't want to be a part of that.
And Mr. McClure, I've had quite a few phone calls, and I know we're gonna have the committee meeting on the health education, and at one time, I can't remember, I thought I spoke to somebody, and on the policy, and we're kinda getting some new things as to that. But what I'm trying to, are we gonna work on the policy with the committee, or?
The
I
committee
think-
is working on the curriculum.
So they're just working on the curriculum. Well, can we have somebody?
I think those two really need to go together.
That's
in
what I
many
thought
ways.
too, thank you.
Absolutely, because, we can't divorce the curriculum from the policy. And I think the issue is, while the state does not mandate that we teach only abstinence, by the statute, clearly it says abstinence is where we want to focus on these things. So, I personally think the sooner the committee meets, the better. If we could get a committee meeting going, then we can know how to develop this policy.
Yeah, well, that's kind of was my second part of this was also, did we ever get a copy of the survey results sent to us? What dates that were given and how many, because I'm like someone said, if you had 80 or 100, you know, you maybe have alternates if somebody can't, because I think waiting until, how many months do we teach this health education in our schools?
It's basically 5 hours.
5 hours.
5 hours for every grade level.
So,
And so there should not be any issue for us to be able to start first week of August to get the committee working together to make a decision about the curriculum and then bring that forward. We have the entire school year
okay.
that we'll be able to
But
teach
how
the
fast are you gonna want that committee to come up with something? Waiting until August is my question.
They'll need to work quickly. I mean,
Well, that's
but
what
thoroughly,
yeah.
thoroughly for sure. I
And
don't
if
want
we
them
have
to rush
That's
through.
what I don't wanna make
Certainly,
them rush.
And if
absolutely.
new people are
I
delivering
mean,
the care,
how many said
train
they
'em.
could be here? And I don't even know the dates. I don't know how many could be here.
Of
so.
the 25, Dr. Campbell sent out, and I think Ms. Bush, you're here, so you would know, sent out possible dates, and you as well, Mr. Foster, sent out dates that would be possible for you to meet. Mondays and Tuesdays, I think, were the dates that were offered. Okay. Thank you.
Emailed a list of dates, and then you were supposed to go in there and kind of select the dates. But if you read, and my phone is dead, so I don't know if anybody can pull up the email. It was indicated that the purple dates were going to be if we needed the additional dates. So it was
That was into July, I think, right?
correct. Yeah, I don't want to misspeak. Thank you. You should have received a doodle poll, see below, with our tentative comprehensive health review meeting dates. The time set for all meetings at Hillgustat Middle School are 5 to 7 p.m. in the Commons. The dates below are in the doodle poll, and it lists 5/3, or 5/31, 6/13, 6/14, 6/27, 6/28, and then some purple dates are 7/11, 7/12. The dates in purple are extra days if our time together requires additional meetings, or we have a member who has missed one of the required dates in the black. So, thanks again for your commitment to serve on the comprehensive health curriculum team.
So it was my understanding, and thank you, Ms. Bush. It's my understanding in speaking with Dr. Campbell, that there were about 10 of the 25 that said they had summer plans and they would not be able to make the meetings. And so, no, I didn't have alternates set up, to be able to cover that. So that was when the decision was to be made. Rather than working through June and July, we would start in August to be able to get as many committee members as possible with their children back in school up and going, that it just seemed like a better time. July is a very challenging month typically for families and parents of children, because that is their vacation time.
Are you gonna be able to give them the whole month of August to work on this?
They can continue on all the way through. I mean, until they make a decision on it. They'll need to look at statute. The committee can come together. The committee will work through, sounds like policy now, creating some, or adding to the policy, and then certainly looking at the curriculum that has been submitted. And I don't know how many.
Can I
different-
interject really
Certainly.
quickly? Sorry to interrupt. I would speak on behalf of several other committee members that took the job with the understanding that we would be required to meet over the summer. We didn't take that job thinking, oh, I'm gonna be out in summer, I'm not gonna be here. We knew what we were getting into when we applied and when we were selected. When we accepted the call, we knew what we were getting into.
That might be for your position, but there
Sure.
were about 10 that said they could not meet during the summer because of the.
Well, I think, but wait, let me just interject another thought here. We're going down a road assuming that we need 25 people that committed to all be present. It's not required that we have all 25 all present at all meetings.
Oh, certainly.
So I don't find validity in the excuse that we can't get a few here, we can't get a few there, because we're never going to coordinate 25 volunteer schedules.
Yes, I absolutely hear what what you're saying. From the input from the 10 that said they were having struggles with that, they were out much of the summer. Some leave for summer, but there were many of those 10 that said they would be out much during the summer. Now, if you guys want to go with the 25 that we have and as many that can come, start in July, we'll start in July. I mean, that, we can move forward with that.
Teachers show up,
but-
I'm really happy about that.
I do know there
You know
were,
what, I've sat on PTO and DSACs, and that's what most of your DSAC and parent, it's because they're a parent and they're a teacher,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if many of y'all, but that's
Oh,
the way.
yeah, that was
me.
why you're there.
Yeah.
We've all done it.
I mean, they're still a parent, they're still a community member,
well, it's 6 weeks basically before they would get started.
I mean, I was just wondering, did you actually, when you put it out there, did you actually say, okay, you can do it summer or you can do it next year,
No,
I mean,
ma'am,
So that's what I'm kind of like, I'm thinking it's the same thing. They knew the urgency in this, and I'm just like, I just want to get through this, folks.
Yes.
And if
I wanna
it's
get to
the
the end of it,
pleasure of
too.
the board to go
I
ahead
don't
and
know,
start, we
maybe
can
some
start,
might work
but,
it out.
it's,
This
I
is,
think-
this is your committee, this is not the pleasure of the board, I'm sorry. This is your committee.
I would
and
prefer
don't
to
want
wait
to
Through
pour
this
it into
already.
it.
We've already gone through the committee, and
That's
this her
a
committee at this point.
sunshine
Yes.
issue, okay? We
Yes.
don't want to go there.
Yeah,
Not a
yeah.
pleasure of the board.
yeah. Yes. I will go back and double check with Dr. Campbell to verify those numbers of individuals that would not be able to start until August, and I'll take another look at it.
Let me also say, that there's two separate issues here. One is curriculum, and the other is board policy. And I don't think we need to get the cart before the horse. The board policy should mandate the curriculum.
Right,
Okay? So the board policy ought to be something that we address sooner rather than later.
Yep, okay. I will
Okay.
go back to see how many we can gather in July, and I can report that to you.
I would ask the board members this. So you have this revised policy, all right, that we got in. We need to look it over. Some of the more objectionable things have been removed. It is not an abstinence-only policy, but it's much closer to abstinence-only. Some of the other language has been taken out that was clearly objectionable. And so, I would just ask that you look over this policy as well as members of the public. That's why we have extra copies here, okay, so you can get it. And get some input so we can get something drafted that the board can consider.
So, Mr. McClure, was Neola going to redo the health education curriculum? Yes.
They have
Yes.
redone.
Yes.
got
But
that
there's
in.
is there a new
Brand new.
update? That was the one that came in yesterday. Okay, perfect, yep.
That's
yep.
the one I want people to look at.
Okay, I'll
But-
work with Dr. Campbell on this week and take a look again at, the number of folks that can join us, and even if we don't start with a full committee of 25, we'll see how many of those 25 would be able to begin
My
the work.
recommendation is this, from the board's perspective, as absent and apart from your committee, okay? But from the board's perspective, if you could look at that language, and I'm sure you'll be getting input from the public, okay? Let's see if we can arrive at some language we can advertise at the next board meeting.
Okay.
Fair enough? So if we could have that on the agenda, if it's okay, then that's something we could address at the next board meeting. Right, yeah. Ma'am? What, I would expect the board members will likely have some input
Yeah,
as
I
well.
haven't seen it yet. So
Yeah.
Look at it.
No, they haven't, but they need.
It's over there.
It's brand new to everybody.
Okay.
Be perfect.
And maybe the ones that can't be there, maybe they could zoom in or phone in or
That's
something
what I
like
had
that.
asked last
Yeah,
time.
Zoom meeting.
Yeah, if
That's
it's,
true.
As long
if
as
they're
they're not
at least
looking at
working on
curriculum.
the policy
Yeah,
part
yeah,
of it,
yeah.
because
For
that
the
really
policy part.
should come first
Yep.
before
Yep.
the curriculum.
The sooner we
So-
start, the better,
Yeah.
for sure.
And the
Yeah.
sooner we get the language down, the better you can operate.
Yeah.
I want to get
Yeah.
started on it.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
we'll
I
need the
understand what you mean,
board's approved policy first, or you want the committee to
If
take a
you
look
wait
at
for
that?
the board to
Committee.
approve policy, that's months.
Okay,
It's three
Okay.
different
Okay.
times in
We
front of the
can
public.
start.
Yeah,
yeah.
so we'd rather, I think if you know where the board's coming from, you have the policy, you can work on the curriculum and develop it accordingly.
Okay, good deal.
We really are past public
Yeah,
comment.
we're
We're on
past
the
that.
board comments.
You're gonna have to wait on me now, I've been waiting on you.
Okay.
We don't have to, but
one thing, I've tried to check this every 2 days or so, okay, on this doodle thing for days that you wanna, meet on the committee, okay? We got 6 people here that haven't even, this pending, they haven't even chosen a date yet, okay? And we got a lot that's, can't make it. So I don't think that the problem is just that people are going for the summer. People just ain't interested enough. They act like they are, but why do we have so many people that aren't signed up?
Kick them off and find out somebody else that wants to come. I don't know.
Get somebody else.
Okay, so, come on, we gotta keep moving. We have to
yeah,
get.
so
The CPR on the curriculum, is that included in the 5 hours now? Or is that separate from the 5 hours on the comprehensive health education?
That would be separate.
Separate, okay.
Thank you. Now,
Okay.
more
And the-
comments.
And I know this is, well, I am up to 62 employees that we've lost at Hillgustat, and I'm just gonna say, board members, I'm just really concerned about that school. And then I was mentioning, when we had a break to Mrs. Welborn, is back years ago, but we had our agenda book. But throughout the year, we have to vote on different things. And Mr. Sapp was saying something, but just, like you have your school improvement, your code of conduct, and you had kind of a calendar, just so even me as a board member, I knew that was coming up. We had to have the budget finalized. I think that might help, so. And then I don't mind as a board member to have, because I will tell y'all, I'm not very good on first class, and I think some of us up here on the rest of sitting up here with my colleagues are kind of relaxed on that too. I don't mind given an email address that I know that I look at every day, and I don't mind my phone number being put out there. I'm available.
Well,
I'm the same way.
and I will actually say, our wonderful secretary can make your first class connect to
She did
your
do that.
personal, yeah.
But I
which
got
is-
one the other day, and I didn't. So, but yeah, you didn't
Yeah.
call me. You didn't call me.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's great.
Yeah. Oh, because I
Yeah.
didn't see
Mine is
this one.
supposed to, but I
Okay.
don't think it does.
Well,
I'll have
didn't
to look
think
because I
so
didn't see it
either,
in my
but-
personal, but I'll look.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I
she
didn't-
would
I
send me
wouldn't know
stuff in my
how.
first class, because I didn't
Yeah.
think so either, and she'd send me the stuff, and then it would come to my personal email.
Thank you.
Mr. Brantley.
Wow. It's great to see the retirees tonight. Actually, Mr. Whitney retired. He tutored me when I was in school. That's the last teacher that I think that is still teaching as far as that goes. As far as accessibility, if you live in Lake Placid, I'll be surprised if you don't have my number. If you don't have my number, look out your window. I probably pass by your house 3 or 4 times a day. For those other people, my number is 863-441-2659. Call me. Don't go on first class. We get so much junk mail there. I do not have time to go through all that junk mail and weed out the ones that are good. So just give me a call anytime, or flag me down, because I'm probably passing by if you're in Lake Placid.
Ms. Compton Twist.
The same. Congratulations to all our retirees, and we appreciate their dedication and service to our students. That was a lot of years combined, and we really appreciate them. And like Mr. Brantley, Mr. Whitney was my math teacher, and I had also Mrs. Rivers for science. So those are 2 of my teachers. And I just want to send out some condolences to Dr. Heckman's family. She as well was one of my teachers. She was my first grade teacher, and she was also my administrator at the high school. So I've known her for a very long time, and my heart goes out to their family. I also want to say that I appreciate everyone's concerns and their willingness to come tonight and to stay so long and to keep coming to the podium, meeting after meeting, just to bring up concerns and to bring things to our attention. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Ms. Shoup.
Well, you didn't leave me much left. But, once again, the retirees, it was wonderful seeing them. And we appreciate all the time and the effort, and you know what, the shaping of children's lives that they have made. And appreciate everyone being here, and I mean, it's it's way past my bedtime, so I'm guessing it's way past most of the people out here, your bedtime also. So we appreciate everyone being here and giving comments. And like Mr. Brantley said, I think most of the people in here probably have my phone number. If not, call Marlene and she can give it to you. That's what I always tell people, but I really think there's probably not too many people out here that don't have my cell number, or stop by the house. I'm pretty centrally located in Sebring. But once again, thank you all for coming, and we do appreciate all your input.
Same way. You can find me. My wife is Tina Thomas, the dentist, and my little office is right in there. Love many of y'all been in the far back. I have my other little office where we meet, and it's available 24/7. And a lot of y'all have my number already, and I'm available. Y'all have heard me talk plenty tonight, so I don't think I need to talk anymore. So I'm gonna call this meeting adjourned.